boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Nope, that's not how I meant it to go. Hi guys, this is your hostess Liberty. Welcome back. We're doing some McBaconJamming tonight. Woo, yeah. McBaconJam. I'm just getting all the sizing, trying to get the sizing correct. Move to right edge. Do this like that. Flash failed to load. Please support. I don't know. Oh god damn. Really? F5 that shit, Liberty. F5 it, I say. Come on, Twitch. Do the funky Twitch thing, white boy. Do the funky Twitch thing right. I see a Chloe Seagull has been watching. Caw-caw, caw-caw, seagull, seagull. I see the seagulls. Okay. Alright. And then move to right edge. There we go. That's much better. It's actually working now. I have a nice cup of tea. My brother's coming back. He said he was going to get some chips for himself, and he said he might get me some. I don't know. He likes buying me stuff sometimes. I appreciate it quite a lot. Mist? Actually, oddly enough, well, it's got nothing to do with mist, so it's not really oddly enough. But I got another... So, the last few days, for some reason, I got an email, in my personal email, asking me to LP some top-down rogue game. And I was like, what? Hi, Kaz! Also, hi, Delson. Hi, Chloe. So, I got somebody asking me to do their game. I'm like, what? Do I know you? How did you find me? And they were like, oh, hey Piano, I promise I won't talk so much this time. But this is the intro, so I can talk a little bit. But, yes. Oh, hi Cash. Hi Zids. 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 Hi, and Froge. Hi. Oh my god, there's people. People actually watch my streams. Hi. So, yeah, I got this guy turn up and be like, oh, are you, could you play my game? And I was like, oh, I guess I guess I could. Yeah, maybe. How do I know you? Who are you? Do I know you? And, that was weird. And then today I got another one. And they were like, could you play our game? Like, I go, how did you find me? They said, oh, we just Googled some, Let's Play channels that are still relevant and still being done and use RPG Maker games and that. I'm like, huh. How? And they're like, YouTube? I'm like, huh. Okay. But that one looks interesting. It is an RPG Maker game, but they say there's like 45 hours of content. Oh, I didn't have the screen full. That's why it was cutting off for me. I'm an idiot. The screen was full. Was only a little bit, so I couldn't see all the text, which was why I was messing around with the chat. But yeah, I was like, what? And it was weird, but I'm like, you know what? I'll give the game a go. So I'll probably just be doing videos, not streaming it. But they said they want it done as soon as possible, or started as soon as possible, if that was if that was fine. I'm like, yeah, all right. So I'll probably put up a video tomorrow of it. But it looks like an interesting game. There's actually some effort put into the maps. It is RTP, But I mean, 45 hours, and apparently there's 25 hours of side quests. So I'm like, sign me up. Hi, Cap. Alright. Enough of that shit. I've got tea, I've got water. I've got munchies incoming, apparently. So, yeah. We're gonna start off with Mechanama. Piano's game. Again. We will get through it this time. I'm sorry for how it was. I was looking back at it afterwards. Mechanima. Oh, you mean the game, the one that I'm talking about that I got. It's called Last Dream World Unknown. I don't know if you saw that on the thing, but yeah, that was what it was called. Nice. Mechanima. I'm sorry. I'm terrible. But yeah, when we left off, Victor turned out to be an asshole, as we thought. Yeah, I remember seeing a Last Dreams game, but this one is apparently, let me just double check it. Last Dream World Unknown. They're like, they gave me a free key for it, and they said it's like 45 plus hours of dynamic gameplay, 25 hours of immersive side quests, an hour of interspersed flashbacks, a lot of compositions, mind-bending puzzles, achievements, 240 achievements. Like, holy shit. 150 mini stories. There's like 750 plus paths by virtue of non-linear gameplay and 900-page comprehensive strategy guide. Like, damn, guys. There's a lot here. I'm gonna look for. I look forward to it. The mapping's not too bad either. They do use other graphics and stuff. There's bestiaries and all sorts of shit, so I think I'll be having fun with it. Some of the mapping is a little yeah. Well, I figure I will be doing it, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I can't say no to those free Steam keys. I mean, I can, but I can't. Not when it's an RPG Maker game. I'm all for supporting the RPG Maker games, because they don't get much love. At least the good ones. I hope it is a good one so I don't have to tear into it at all. I'll be sad if I turn it on and it's like shit, and I'll be like, the fuck am I playing? I don't think it will be. It seems to have been gotten decent but then again, a lot of games get decent shit and they're pretty bad. This one isn't even released yet. There's no reviews. I will be reviewing. First review is best review. Alright, let's get this shit on the road. Because you all know that if I'm liable to talk forever if you let me. Alright, left edge. Let's jump into it. Hey Ziggy! Wow, that's a hard blue to read. Alright, so Mechanima. Last time we got our murder bot, Marilyn Manson, also known as Monroe. Marilyn Manson Monroe. She kills shit. We got our C2, we've got TG1, who is our bae. We've got the girl, who is awesome. And we were in Tanner's lab. Tanner was murdered. We saw the murderer was... I'm surprised there's not still a blood splotch here. That's some pretty good cleaning skills. So, Tanner was murdered. We saw that it was Victor who came in and beat him the fuck to death. because he cut himself and has sort of revealed himself to be a not human android. So he's one of those androids that they've mentioned that look extremely human. I'm gonna say it's an interesting game so far. Every time I think I'm getting used to my situation, the rug keeps getting pulled out from under my feet. C2, how long has life been like this for me? How long have you been with me?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm staying put this time. I have a friend and I want to keep her. Oh, that's nice. The spider! Tanner could see me with the spider. Damn straight he could. Spider-Chan! Does he? He has a camera. C2, can you? Do you know where? Wait, I'll bet I know where it is. Where you took him apart? I'll need to get permission. Victor would rather boil me in oil. I'll have to talk to Pris. Yeah, he would rather boil you in oil. Girl, he got that oil on call. So yeah, we had this guy named Tanner who kidnapped us, but sort of became a friendly guy. He wasn't so bad. I gave him a terribly nerdy voice. I don't regret it in the least, but it did ruin the drama a little bit. So he took care of us. That's where I was supposed to go, actually, I think. There's all these robots. Okay, I'm not supposed to go here. No, leave me alone. Pris is a police officer who we've been helping out. Victor is her boss. And he's a grade A asshole with a stick stuck so far up his ass, it's not funny. Tanner was a bit of... Well, some of the lines could be interpreted as sort of pervy. just a little bit. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed pervy, Tanner. I do apologize for wrecking the perception of the poor guy. He wasn't half as pervy in retrospect as I was making him out to be, but you know what? He was great. Pris! Wayo, if you don't mind using your indoor voice, please. Oh, sorry. Tanner's spider hunter was in the shop at the time of the murder and his camera... Whoa, keep your voice down. I am. Didn't you hear me yesterday when I said the city cameras around Mechanic Land Lane were probably erased? Ooh, that's a good one, Delson. Vlad the Impaler, you mean? His stick is so far up his ass, you'd think he was a victim of Vlad the Impaler. Yeah, but I've got... Shush. Only a police officer could have gotten access to them that quickly. Well, I mean, Oh! Shit, I better keep my voice down. You think? Oh, that's what breathing. I'm channeling my inner Pris. You think? Tanner's spider hunter was in the shop at the time of the murder. He has a camera, but the reader is missing. I need permission to go into the wasteland. Are you sure it's there? It has to be. If it's not, I'm going to have to find a new reader for it that will equip without being initialized. Oh, by the way, if you hear any mechanical noise in the background, it's cold, so I put the heater on. My heater is also my fan, so it's kind of loud. So yeah, it's trying to get the room up to a respectable 25 degrees. We'll see how it goes. My room, I've got a pretty big room. You could fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5.5 double beds in it. Maybe a little more. Like, 3 lengthwise, and then, like, if you put side by side to... It's... I'm not explaining it very well. If we were talking RPG Maker size, It would be... Alright, this will be interesting. Converting my room to RPG Maker size, where each tile is 1 meter. I'd say about 11 by 5? 11 by 5? Floor space. Floor-wise. 11 tiles by 5 tiles? Floor-wise? That's a pretty decent-sized bedroom. Might be a bit more, actually. Oh, I thought we had something like that at one point. Well, make it. Make it a thread. Go for it. Oh, it could be one of the mapping thread idea things. You know how we've got the mapping Mark II? It could be one of those prompts. That is a good cup of tea. Yes. Because that would erase the files and you'd have to find a duplicate reader that was already programmed to that specific model camera. Alright, be quick. I'm still banned from working with you and I don't want anyone asking why you're searching around the desert. Alright. Let's go. It's time to search the desert. Real life mapping. Map your street. Map your life. God, we should make a game, an event where you have to make a game out of your, like, with your you inside it, your actual, like, real life sort of, a day in the life of. Map your sex dungeon. Hey, I already did that one. A day in the life of you. Oh, okay. Alright, let's kill these assholes. I think you can just kill them normally, girl. Yeah, something like a cameo with your friends in real life sort of thing would be cool as well. Oi! Why are you buffing yourselves up, you bastards? A Greek tragedy. There's just so many ideas that we could do, like Romeo and Juliet, like Hamlet, William Shakespeare, or classic plays of the past. It should be somewhere around here. Alright. No. Murder saw. Oh, Marilyn. What? Damn, girl. Destruction is thy middle name. Wasn't that one? Must be this one. Another bad option thing. I do know that some people were saying some people, someone asked if we could do one for the birthday event this year, a Badaption. I wasn't sure if I wanted a Badaption one because it feels like a Badaption should be like really, really small time frame, just so they're as shitty as possible. Just so they're as shitty as all possible. They're not supposed to be great games. I think if we give too much time, the games would be like too good. I feel like they'd be really much better sort of thing. I don't know, that it just feels weird to have something that's supposed to be shit turn into something good. I don't know. But if enough people want that, then I'm all for it. Ooh, personal cameo swap. That would be cool. Damn, Marilyn. Swap in the cameo with you. What about swap, day of life swap? Day. What could we do it? Like, something like... When real life collides. Like, have you each make part of your game where it's sort of real life, and then have them swap and finish it off, like, or have the two games meld together. Could somebody write that down? These ideas down, so I don't forget them. Oh shit, I missed part of the text. I was just, god damn it, Liberty, why? But I have to make sure it works. I can handle it. I have to. I have to. Urgh. Angry face. Angry face. Well, upset sadly face. Ooh. I really wasn't far from the end now, was I? Shit. We don't have a game one set up yet, but we do want to give people a little bit of a break from the McBaconJam, which went on forever. So we're going to be having a review event, I think, starting this weekend sometime, and going for a week. So keep your eyes out for that. And maybe after that we'll do another small game one. We do, is it June? I mean, Iron Man birthday isn't too far away. That's the thing. I do like... I would love to do an RM95. An RM95 one, where everybody just does RPG Maker 95 games. Because there... It could be coinciding with... Because some people had an idea for a Game Boy based game, Game Boy graphic game, and also a Dragon Quest, old style Dragon Quest game, game make thing. It could coincide because RM95's graphics were very much like that, in that sort of aspect, especially the battles. Also, they had motherfucking mouse support in that engine. In 95! 95! Well, in the 95 engine, anyway. Look. RM95 is pretty good. It has a lot of features that were taken out that should have been left in. Have you used the engine before? Because it had a movable map window. So the tiles, you can move them around on the actual engine and put them wherever you want, so that you could put them around, and it had the scroll through. Also, you could map points like a graph for stats and that, and you could make the curves change. it was pretty interesting how it did things. I highly recommend finding it and giving it a go. Like, if you haven't before, it's well worth checking out. It had, there's also, if I recall correctly, there was also a auto start event that you could have that played, instead of making a whole new map and having, for your introduction, you know, your first event to the game, the introduction and whatnot, it had an area where you could actually make that. Also, it had an in-game graphics, in-engine graphics editor. Yeah. It was pretty sweet. Hi, Tunger! Alright. Saving. Let's get some more healing items, just in case. Yo, Bakers and Daniel! Give me your shit, yo. You got any new weapons and stuff? Marilyn can't equip anything, so there's no reason, there's no need, you can't. I'm not a happy... Wait. See? Alright. Let's get a couple hundred of these. And a few of these. And one of these. And a few of these. Yes, son. I better heal up just in case it doesn't heal me as I go into there. What am I doing? I should just use full repair. There we go. And C2, I was going to check to see if that... Oh. Oh, that was... Okay, never mind then. Alright. Let's do this. Knock knock, motherfucker. What can I help you with? I need to speak with Pris. She's not available at the moment, but I can help you. Sorry, it has to be Pris. What is this? You must be human. A robot's mind wouldn't be so adult to forget that I made a direct order. Oh, hey, Superstroke. Oh, one moment, guys. BRB. Sorry, I'm so professional eating here. So my brother just brought me some chicken twisties. So if you don't know what twisties are, they're these cheese flavored corn based things. They're really nice. They're like crunchy. They're really nice, but you can get chicken flavor, and they're nice too. Well, my brother bought them. And some asshole popped them before he bought them, and Faniel didn't know, and he brought them home, and now they're sort of semi-stale, which is saddening. What kind of asshole pops chips? Lost you at cheese flavored? What do you mean? Yeah, chicken flavor. You can get cheese or chicken flavored. And I'm not talking cheddar cheese. I'm talking nice cheese. But yeah. Makes me sad. I was saying to my brother, I can just imagine some arsehole going to the shops and just popping all the packets and making them stale. I do. He brought me 3 packs. And I put a heart at the end instead. So I was like, ooh, heart. And he bought me 3 packs instead. Nah, I've got the original Twisties. Life's pretty straight without Twisties. I've never had Bluebird Twisties. I've never heard of them. They're interesting. Sounds interesting. But yeah, these ones are chicken flavor. Chicken flavor apparently isn't a big thing in America and some other countries. We have chicken flavored chips, which are really nice. When I say chips, I mean crisps. And the crinkle cut ones too. Smith's chicken flavor. They're very nice. Then again, we get tomato flavored chips too. They're nice. I had some Doritos the other day that were green. They were lime flavor. What do you mean no? No what? Roast chicken and mayo? No, I've never heard of that. I don't think we get Walkers. I mean, no, actually we do get Walkers, but I've never really bothered with them. My go-to chip packets are Thins, which are owned by Lay's. So Thins, Smiths, or Pringles, or Red Rock Deli. But so angry. The Australian Pringles packs, they made the chips smaller by quite a large amount. And they don't crunch properly anymore. They don't crunch. It's terrible. It makes me cry. They're smaller. Who would do that to Pringles? To Pringles, of all things. Angry munching commences. Salt and vinegar's pretty nice. Red Rock Deli, my god, I love their chips. They bake them for one. Hey, salt and vinegar is like I love salt and vinegar chips. Love them. Love them. They're my favorite flavor of chip. But you can't have them all the time. Yeah, more vinegar the better. Also, vinegar on hot chips, really nice too. Shapes are great. They brought back the original flavouring because their upgraded flavouring wasn't great. People complained. I'm very much a vinegar girl. When I was a kid, I used to have a cap full of vinegar at least 2 or 3 times a week to help with blood flow. Because there was that wives' tale that it thins your blood. And I thought, well, I don't want my blood too thick. So I'd have a cap full of vinegar. Just, gulp that shit down. Good shit. Oh, God. I'm thinking about it just now. My mouth is watering. There's also, pickles. Oh, like pickled onions in vinegar. Oh, or the pickle juice. Oh, yum. We've got the old style ones in the fridge right now. They're just so nice and pickly and oh, they make your mouth water just thinking about them. You can't have lots of them, but oh God, they're so good. You just get a fork and I'm not a fan of lemon, but I do like vinegar. Apple cider vinegar is disgusting though. Let us never talk of that abomination ever again. Ooh, pardon. Some people are weird, you know? Also, what was that thing I was about to... Last night! Oh my God! Last night for dinner. Okay, so my brother came, Adam came and visited last night and he said, you know what, I'll shout you dinner back. I'm like, oh, okay. What are you getting? And he's like, Chinese. I'm like, oh, it's been a while since I've had Chinese. So I'm like, yeah, alright, shout me up. And he's like, okay, what do you want? And I had the thing in front of me. They make me order because they can't order for shit. When they order something, they forget everything or they forget something. They don't speak clearly. So they make me order because I enunciate shit and usually get it across what we want. So I'm looking at the thing and he goes, oh, just get me my usual. So I got him his usual. I'm looking at the thing. I'm like, ooh, Mongolian chicken sounds nice. And above it, it said, on the list, it said Kung Bao chicken and Mongolian chicken. I'm like, oh, Mongolian sounds nice. So I'm like, you know what? I'll give that a go. I haven't tried it before. So I rang him up. I said, oh, I'll have Kung Bao chicken with vegetarian fried rice. And they go, oh, yes. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Kung Bao chicken. And then it clicked. No, I'd meant to get Mongolian chicken. I was like, whatever, I haven't had Kung Bao anyway. I haven't had Kung Bao chicken anyway before. So, whatever. I was up for trying something new. So, it comes, and I'm like, open it up, and I'm like, oh, it looks good. It looks so nice. I'm like, smells good. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh. And my brother's looking around, he's like, oh, lots of chicken in that one. I'm like, yeah, bro. He goes, what are those things? And there's these little red things. They're like, they're about as long as a finger, almost. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, are they some sort of capsicum or something? I like spicy food. So I took a big bite out of this thing. I'm like, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Crunch. My brother's like, what? I'm like, and I handed it over to him. He's like, okay, and he popped it in. He's like, he likes to think that he's good at handling spicy stuff, but he turned red. I'm sure I was red. I was like, and he spat it out. He's like, I got a pip in my mouth. And he chewed the pip down. And he's like, it was so hot. It was hot. I've had hotter, but when you weren't expecting it. Oh, Kung Bao, B-A-O. But yeah, I was like, well, that was spicy. It took about 10 minutes for my mouth to calm down. And then I had, I picked out the peppers. There were like 3 of them. They were just on top. They weren't mixed in. So I picked those 3 out. The rest of it, nice. So good. Oh my God. It was so nice. But yeah, Now I know not to touch the peppers. They were so hot. I love spicy stuff, but my god, they were pretty goddamn spicy. They were hot stuff, especially when you weren't expecting it. I just bit off half of one. Oh, there were peppers in it, and I bit it, not knowing what it was, and chewed it up, and then realized just how hot it was, Chloe. And my brother had popped the other half in his mouth and then spat it out. But yeah, it was hot, but it was nice. But I'm like, I know what that's for. I know what that's about now. So yeah, I might order it again, but I won't have it without. I'm going to make sure that I remove the chili before I have it. Mum ate a bit of the normal food without the chili. She said it was hot. I'm like, nah, that's nice. It was very nice. But then I usually have the sweet chili and, what is it? The sweet chili and lemongrass? No. Is it ginger and lemongrass? No, it's sweet chili and lemongrass. That one's really nice. Oh, in the game, Victor's just come out to talk to us. I'm not your toy or your errand girl or your servant anymore, Victor. I'm free. I'm here to see Pris, not you. Oh. Might click on the game. So in the game, we just walked into the thing. I went and bought some healing items. Walked into here, started talking, and asked the officer in front of us for Pris. And the guy, Victor, walked in and was like, blah, 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 blah. And we're like, we just said this. I've told you that you will not work with her while on duty. Is your head empty? And you think you can be a professional? Oh, look who's talking. The man who's so professional he had to struggle for an excuse to try and punish me for anything he could think of, even if it meant making something up. I like some hot chips. You know, crisps, whatever you guys call them. I love the sweet chili and there's this nice Red Rock Deli. They bake their chips and they're like very crunchy, and they have this really nice sea salt and vinegar, but they also have sweet chili and sour cream. Bellissimo. Delicious. Good stuff. Yeah, that's real professional. Whose manhood was so threatened he had to separate the ladies when they started doing a better job than he could dream of. Hi, Tao! You dare! Oh, Vicky, you've got worse things to worry about than my cheek. A man who puts old ladies in jail for being sick. It was never about a sick old lady being an embarrassment to your city, though. It was about the robots. What is going on? Evie, Victor, your favorite delinquent is threatening me. With what? She isn't even armed. Yeah, I am. What is in your hand, then? It's a camera. What kind of cop can't tell the difference between a camera and a weapon? I'm popular! Yay! A camera? Yeah, a camera. The camera from Tanner's Spider Hunter. It recorded his murder. You got the footage? Great. What did it show? Yeah, Victor, in front of all these witnesses. Tell her what it showed. Evie, what? Victor? No. Pris, whatever is on that camera is in no way verified. Victor, why? Oh yeah, the murder is on there, but that's not what Victor's scared of you finding out. Shut up. He'd rather be found out for murder than to have his big secret uncovered. Shut up! Oh, holy shit. That didn't even trigger with me. Namely because I keep forgetting that Tanner was black. I didn't think of you know, some people would see that and think black man killed by white cop. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here thinking some dude killed another dude. Like, honestly, a lot of people don't really think along the lines of race. A lot of people do, but a lot of people don't even think about race when people talk about shit like, you know, this guy killed this other guy. They never ask, you know, was he black, was he white, was he Caucasian, whatever. Oh, well, Caucasian, white, whatever. But, you know, it's just stupid. Shut up. Chris, I think I can make an educated guess here. Your serial killer frequently leaves behind a red oil that looks like blood. Am I right? Yes. Shut up! You found it at Tanner's murder scene, didn't you? Honestly, I think it speaks a lot that you put it in without even thinking about it. Because it's not, you know, it's... People kill people no matter about the colour. You know, white men kill white men all the time. Black men kill black men all the time. Asians kill Asians. And Africans kill Africans. And Australians kill Australians. And, you know, it doesn't matter about... It shouldn't matter about skin colour or anything like that. People kill people, and just killing in and of itself is wrong. Doesn't matter what race they are. Granted, sometimes there are reasons for killing people that are understandable, like with a battered housewife killing her husband after having a mental break, or killing someone to save the life of somebody else. But yeah, I don't think it should be about whether the... Well, I mean, I understand... There's a lot of sides to the issue. Like, I can totally understand that there's issues with white people killing black people and getting away with it. That's the issue. It's not about who killed who and why. It's about them getting away with it and not being held accountable for what they did. That's the issue. Ow. I clicked so hard I hurt myself. Ow. But that's the issue right there. It's the accountability and how it's drummed up in the media that causes the problems. Yeah, Piano's older than me. So, you know. Someone's older than me, yes. Ow. That hurt my finger. I've not heard it yet, but I've seen it. I mean, I know that he's made one. Where was I? You found it at Tanner's murder scene, didn't you? Yes. Shut up! I found a rag full of the stuff on his workbench. Don't listen to her, Press. It's a special oil designed for the biosynthetic components in a simulant. And it wasn't mine. See for yourself. Chris, give that to me. Yeah. I can click pretty loudly, but oh, that was a bit too loud. A bit too hard. No, sigh, you know. Hey, sexy lady. Gung, gung, gung. Up, 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 a Gangnam Style. That guy. Victor, this is evidence. Oh my god! Chris! The fuck, dude? Alright, Victor. Right here in this station in front of our desk sergeant, one of our duty officers. Fine by me. Chris, please don't make me. Don't make you do what? Did Tanner make you kill him? I'm not making you do anything. I'm just standing here. With the camera in your hand. Oh, you want the camera? Well then, whether or not I'm making you do anything depends on how badly you want this camera, doesn't it? You arrogant little Shinatoke. Did I get that right? Shinatoke? Shinatoke? My biggest mistake was not letting you rot in that labor camp. What is a shinatoke, by the way? Oi, piano! What is that? How does say and how does... Kinatoke? No, I think shinatoke is the right way of saying it, right? Shinatoke? Chinatoke? Fuck. I don't know what that means. I found a word I don't know the meaning of. Wow, ZDS. Does look a little like that. No, it's okay to hate Victor because he's a complete and fucking head ass. Fucking head? He's a complete and fucked up asshole. Oh. I figured it might have been, but I wasn't sure if you put that in. Oh, we all know the bear wins every time, Chloe. Bear is best, Victor. No, your mistake was letting that badge feed your god complex. Stay where you are. It's time to take out the trash, Victor. Why would you leave me with C2? I want TG. Fine. Wait, what does that do? No. Oh. Oh, Marilyn, it's time for you to kill shit. Dodge that, bastard. Ow. Oh. No, actually it's an all energy one. That would be a waste. Oh. Well, nice job, Marilyn. Great job, Marilyn. Chris, nobody was ever supposed to find out. Where are you going, dude? Chris, you've been shot. You can't handle this. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I seem to be able to walk through you. Fat lot of good they did. Victor, this isn't necessary. You need help, but you need to turn yourself in. Why did he come up here? The maintenance scaffold goes to every part of the dome. From here, he can go anywhere in the city. Pris, being human was all I had left. You could have been so much more if you just would have been honest. Honest? To let the world know I wasn't even human, that I was a thing? How could I? I never should have been. And to think, think of all you could have done if you would simply have accepted it. Accepted it? I was a soldier. Soldiers are supposed to die in combat or go home to their families. They have PSTD and kill their wives, or, end up on the street and get, shat on by society in general. Depends what era they came home in, really. But even nowadays, some of them don't get taken care of like they should. Yeah. I think that's supposed to be the coloring of, his cheeks. Imagine if he had a full beard and it did actually come out from under his eyes. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Temptation. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. I'ma do it. I'ma gonna do it, guys. I'ma gonna do it. I'ma gonna do it. I'ma gonna do it. Who's gonna do it? Libby's gonna do it. What you gonna do? Ooh. Do. So, for those of you who don't know what I'm doing, I'm pretty bad in that sometimes I'll edit shit. Alright, and then we go do, and we get a little bit of the darker colours in there. Wait, a bit of opacity. Whoa! Come now, come now! Not quite that dark. And now we get the smudge happening. Oh yeah, smudge brush time. There we go. Now we just need a little bit of a... How do I do this? You know what? I don't think we're gonna do that. You know what? It's perfect. His beard is perfect. Maybe we could, I don't know, just, effects. Oh, I know. Brush strokes. Let's just, let's do a bit of this. A little bit of, that. A little bit of that. Some of that. A little bit of this. Yeah. You know what? Forget that. It looks fine. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh yes, my Fräulein, my beard. It's wonderful. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Piano. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not being mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just. I do this sometimes with some work that has funny things. Like I did this one cat program, the cat image one time, that with the cat catching these girls as they fell off this monument, as the true story thing. I'm not picking on your character art in any way, shape, or form. It's just something that somebody noticed, and so I had to do it because I'm a terrible, terrible person, and I apologize in advance. It's beautiful. Do you want me to put it up on the page? I will if you like, if you don't mind. It's wonderful. I think he looks beautiful. Tempted to give him eyelashes, honestly, but we're not going to go that far. That's some sexy beard, I tell you what. Look at those eyes. Hi there. Yes, put it up, sure. Alright. Will do. After stream, I'll put this up. Portrait of a beard. Or am I saving this to desktop, of course, so I don't forget. Victor. 20-day shadow. Yes. Wunderbar. Alright. I'll do that after this. Oh, it looks weird now without the beard. I don't know. It looks weird without the beard now. Doesn't it? A little? It does a little, right? Wait. Let's do this. Where is it? Where? I mean, it does a little. It looks a little weird without the I can't do it. Why won't it do it? It looks just a bit odd without the beard. Oh, poppycock. Alright. Alright. Let's continue on. We're about to see him take a dive, aren't we? He can't live with being a robot anymore. I couldn't put it over the top. Actually I can. There we go. Portrait of a beard man. Wunderbar. He does look weird without the beard now. Shit, what have I done? I'm sorry, Victor. I'm sorry, piano. Oh. A beard up to his eyeballs. Shit. Accepted it. I was a soldier. Alright. The general couldn't let the dead ones go. They were assets. He had the robotics firms implant us wherever it was illegal, or whether it was illegal or not. Militaries have always been able to get away with that shit. Oh, so they took his mind and put him in a robot body after he'd been killed. And it was illegal. But they put him back in there to use as a soldier. I swore I'd make it right whenever I saw it. We shouldn't exist. Dead should be dead. Oh, yeah, I see. So he's been killing people, he's been killing people who he assumed were robots like him, who'd been brought back from the dead and put into bodies. So it went wrong. Every sin can be repented. There's always a way to balance the scales. You've done wrong and now you can make that right. Is what? A toy? A thing? A soulless shell? A doll? All dolls break eventually. Ah! Well... bugger. I kind of ruined that moment, didn't I? Fuck. I'm sorry, piano, I ruined your dramatic moment. I picked the worst times. 1 year later. Hey, Evie, are you busy? Oh, I just need a few minutes to finish this up. Oh, sure, I was just coming by to see if you wanted to catch a game. No! CDS! Or at least a landing pad cache. You bet, just give me a few minutes and I'll be right out. And that should be that. Hello, Ellen. Who? You. Actually, my name's Evie. Only recently. Do we know each other? Oh, I see. That's unfortunate. We've known each other for a while. Evie, was it? I lost contact with you about a year ago, and I've only now just found you. You know me? Who are you? I'm Ray Isaac. I was the founder and CEO of Isaac Corp, the company that built you. But Ray Isaac died like... You can actually stand there in a simulant body I designed hundreds of years ago and not expect me to use my own product. So my real name is Ellen? Well, that is the name I have on file for you, Ellen Page. Dude, the look I'm giving you right now. I am looking at your piano purple piano text like, really? Ellen Page. Ellen Page, isn't she an actress? And did she play in something? Inception. Right. Ray Bradbury. Yeah, there's a lot of shout-outs in this. But no Star Trek stuff! Piano. So disappointed. So disappointed. There's not even a one con! Oh, Juno. Yeah, Juno. That's kind of who Evie reminded me of. Juno. I was trying to pin it down for some reason. Yes, ZDS. Ellen Page. I think also. Degenerate. Oh god, Froge. Nice. Where are you? Oh, I'm kind of everywhere. I didn't take a simulant body. You see, I got the bright idea to create this satellite network across solar system that would collect the consciousness of simulants in the eventuality of their physical failure. I went all out to trying to create immortality. Realized that satellites needed constant maintenance, and the only way to ensure that they'd last as long as possible was to make certain they had a conscious mind maintaining them. Barring that, they would have kept crashing in a couple of years. I can keep them going indefinitely. Using space debris and wrecked satellites, I can even build new ones as needed using nanites. So what? It's like robot heaven? Kind of. So why are you here now? I've been looking for you. After simulants were outlawed on Earth, I had to step my company operations. Once the laws changed, I began to seek out all of my children in hiding. Some didn't want anyone to talk to, didn't want anything to do with me, and I respected that. Others, like you, were thrilled to know that there were others, and we were all looking out for one another. Like I said, I lost contact with you a year ago, and I've been looking for you ever since. I had an accident a year ago, and I lost my memory. A few of them have come back, but most of it's gone. Oh, that's a shame. Humans eventually recover, but simulants are a little different. If these memories haven't come back in a year, then they're never coming back. But what if I back them to the server like in Nier Automata? What if I did that? Huh? What if I backed up my memories, dude? Do you have my memories in storage? Unfortunately, that's not how this system works. We had to hide from the governments, and the core design means the upload to the network is a one-way trip. But we've been in contact with each other for nearly a century. I know quite a bit about you, if you'd like to hear it. That is, if you still don't mind being in contact with a disembodied voice. I would love to know all you can tell me. Wonderful. Well, we've got plenty of time, and you have a friend waiting, I believe. We can talk when you come back, unless you prefer to change your arrangement with her. I've waited this long for answers. I can wait a little longer. I look forward to spending time with my friends. Excellent. Well, I'll see you then. Yee. Developed by Piano, Atlas, Gordy, and Marin. Based on a short story by Piano. Graphics by Piano and Gordy and Marin. With edits for Red Chair. From Pioneer Valley Games Wild Steam. Awesome. Battle system by Atlas. Icons by Avery. Elmakin. Animation by Hadoken. No. Toasted Cheese, Timmer, what are you doing, Timmer? And Citronus. Script by Gordy and Piano. Yeah, Marin's still around. Marin's always around. Marin's around for ages. Music by Far Away by JDB artist. Alchemic Pianic. By Dejika and Murray Atkinson. By JDB artist. By Joel Studler. And by Piano, of course. Scripts: Marind Yanfly, Victor Santos, Victor Sant, Yami Tsukihime, Neon Black Zyu, Ikfuru, Sivkai, Shanghai, Dakita. Here are sound effects with unknown sources. If your sound effect is in this game, please let me know so I can credit it. So, Goof, I'm sorry, God is not available at the moment. He's at the Taco Bell. What is credits? Save a game. Is there a reason to? Sure, I guess. Start a new game. You'll retain all the items. If you have Marilyn, you'll also retain her. Oh, shit. I didn't mean it for it to actually do the thing. Okay. Alright. So, that was Mechanima. It was good. I enjoyed that. Granted, I talked too long a few times. But I enjoyed it. I did not see the Victor thing coming. I know I joked about it at one point and said, oh yeah, Victor's probably the murderer, blah blah blah. But I was kind of half joking. I really expected it to be that Pris was the murderer. I really expected Pris was the murderer and that Victor was the fall guy sort of guy. But no, Victor was the murderer. So I was a bit surprised by that. Which you should have had. Yes, Tao, I have finished Suikoden 3. Next week we start Suikoden 4. Oh boy. Victor and Tana went to Robot Heaven. Or Robot Hell. Bum bum bum. Hi, Red! Well, Hikitsune. Okay, so good job with that, guys. The Piano, Marind, Gordy, and Atlas. I think you did a really good job. I drew fan art. I say I drew fan art. I fucked around with an image. I can't really say I drew fan art, because what did I do? I slapped on a few colours on his face and then called it art. I made an edit. No heaven for old bots. Alright, so anybody here have a game that was in the jam? I've got Amort, Armored Corpse, Scatter, and Skies of Galaria. No problem, man. Thank you for making such a good game to start and kick things off with, even if I did get distracted like 20 million times because of the sci-fi elements. Oh, yeah. What's your one? Let me go. Let me know and I'll play that next. Amort. Alright. I downloaded it on Friday night. Or Friday. Yeah, it's version 1.03. So it should be press P for perception. Who? Hey, who made? Hey, who made? What? Change log. Oh yeah, it was this one, ZDS, Superstroke, SB, and Cash Kitty. Using an RPG Maker VX Ace and our minds, but mostly a tool, and a ZDS, and a Super Rake, and a Super Rake? Okay, and an Esib and a Cashmere Cat. Alright. I should probably explain. I should have explained at the start. These games were made for the McBaconJam number 4. And basically the McBaconJams are all about teaming up with people you've never worked with before to create a game within a set amount of time. Usually based on a theme that is released at the start of the game jam. So you just you team up with people who are going to join. You can't have worked with all 4 before. You can have like somebody in the group who you've worked with before in the past. So if I said me and Kaz and then 2 other people, that would be fine. But yeah, you can't have worked with them before, all 4 of the people. So it's pretty good. It's pretty interesting. 5 games came out of it this time. I don't know if they're all going to be as long as this one, but we'll see. It's giving me the option to play in test play mode, so I'm going to use that. Because why the fuck not, right? Ooh, it looks kind of funky-dory. Alright. Oh, and the screen's a different size too. Okay, let me get that fixed up. Alright, sub-region, that region. Fit to screen. Move to left edge. Whoppa-cha! No, wrong one. Whoppa-cha! Now, is that okay? It's alright. Give it a little minute. Give a little minute for you. So, part of the screen is cut off. I'm going to have to make the chat a little smaller. So give me a moment. Chat properties. Select region. Forever and ever I'll stand my heart and I will love you. Will always be heartache for me. Morning I wake up, before I put on my makeup, I'ma say a little prayer for you. Yeah, I might have to hide chat for this. Unless I go... Shit. Unless I go... No, if I like... Cancel! Center, and then go... Reset size, and then go like this. And then go... Whoop. Center. If I go like that, would that be okay? Is that big enough for you guys? Can you guys see that okay? Also, I should probably add a bit more padding. It slowly slips away. Tiptoe through the julep on a Sunday in the afternoon. No, tiptoe through the tulips with me. There we go. Is that okay? Yeah, I know, but some people like reading the chat later on. Which song was that? Oh, Say a Little Prayer for You. Do 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 do. Before I put on my makeup, Sailor for you. Is it? Is it? There is no music, as far as I can tell. Oh, hey, there is music. Can you hear the music better now? How about now? That's... God damn it. Liberty, what? What are you doing, you crazy face? How's that? Resolution okay? Sound okay? Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. Not really. You want it louder? How about that? One, two, banana war. There is things that I adore. Do baba. Is that okay now? I turn it up to like 50% instead of... Okay. I'll turn it up more. How about that? Banana. Okay. Let's just hope that sound effects don't ruin it out. Oh my god. It's a little small. Okay. Aren't you being a tad irrational, Morgan? I swear, Alicia, I swear on my mother's grave. There's something off about that postman. I didn't want to let him in, yet I was afraid. In the 15 years she was married to Morgan, he had never once admitted he was afraid of anything. It's just a postman, Morgan. You are ill. You're not of sound mind. I cannot let him wait any longer. I'll deal with him myself. No, do not let him in. Lock the doors. Tell him to leave. I swear on my mother's grave he did something to her. When her marriage to Morgan ended 5 years ago, he had returned back to our hometown where his mother lived. She died shortly after. Alicia had suspicions for quite some time now that Morgan had taken the loss a little too hard. He's not the same man he once was, for better or worse. Just get some rest, Morgan. I won't let him in. You always had a keen sense of perception. Please, open your eyes. Do not let him near me. Alright, fine. I won't. How do I save? I don't save. Fine, I'll go to bed. Morgan's family heirloom. I wonder if I ever need to use this myself. What? I didn't read that. Morgan's family's mother's book? Or something like that? Morgan's family heirloom. I wonder if I ever need to use this myself. I was reading chat. It seems to be running okay. Maybe try giving it a refresh. Alright. Madame, I've waited long enough. I need to pick up my postage. I have a schedule. Just a little longer, sir. My ex-husband is quite ill. It takes him some time to get out of bed. Are you certain I cannot sign for this myself? I am certain Morgan lost his sanity, but something is off about this postman. I feel like I have seen him before. No, like I said before, it must be Morgan. Now hurry. Alicia noticed the postman's bag lying behind him. She found it very strange as to why a postman would not carry his bag at all times. I have always relied on my keen sense of perception. I should not be afraid to use it now. P. P to percepticate. I'm gonna pee myself. Give me that sword. Yeah, I need it now. I need it more than ever. So husbando. Morgan, how has it come to this? Whatever happens, Lycia, do not let the postman near me. Do not. Alright, fine. Won't let the stupid idiot near you. I fear I've spent too long with Morgan as I find myself wondering how I would fare in battle against this strange postman. I am a mother, not a warrior. I would not do any good. Oh, cool. Huh. Please, hurry, madame. I do not wish to intrude upon your house. Bring me Morgan. I'll bring your fucking sword to your face, mate. I'm not bringing Morgan! He's my husbando! Morgan, how's it come to this? Okay, fine. Fine. What am I supposed to do? Pee on your grave! I can't get... Oh! Oh! Oh. While I abhor intrusion, I fear a frenzy has overcome me. This looks like... The postman's bag did not contain any letters, only human skulls. Morgan was not wrong about this man. I must hurry back and lock the door. Door locking time, motherfucker! Get me a goddamn sword. Damn straight, Lucia obtained the family heirloom. How can I... Heirloom 3? Family heirloom 3, huh? Morgan, you were right. That guy's a fuckhead. I should not let Morgan see I am carrying his family's blade. It would only burden him. Mother, don't let that man near you. Morgan, your mother is dead. What are you seeing with those clouded eyes? Alright. I'ma kill this bastard. Hey, I got a sword. The postman, his face. Ah, his face is teeth! The blade is in my hand. I must be suffering from frenzy. Once I strike, there is no turning back. I must be certain. My perception is keen. I must rely on it. Perception me! Gaze upon the foe with intensity to discover their weak points, sure. Postman is strong but easily intimidated. He did not dare reach Morgan due to my presence. A strong scolding should destabilize him. Right, bitch. I'ma scold you. You're naughty! You're a naughty man! You succumb to your eventual fate preemptively. Prepare to be harvested, bitch. I cannot run. I must fight. I'm gonna slap you with a sword. Oh, you want a piece of this, sunshine? How do I go back? Guys. Well, fuck. Please die. I'll kill your face. Oh no, it broke! This is not good. Morgan will never forgive me. Lycia laughed. I can still use what's left to attack. I should keep it with me. I don't use X, I use insert. Fuck you! I win! There is more to this place than I remember. Part of me wishes to run far away and never look back, yet I should really go and check on Morgan. Oh, Morgan! I decided to keep Morgan in the dark about what transpired. He is sick and is not getting any better. We may have had our differences, but he was my husband at one point. I guess I still love him deep down. I began writing a letter to my children. I wrote in great detail of the dangerous postman and his bag full of human skulls. I wrote about how afraid I was for Morgan and I found a different sort of postman and had him deliver my letter. I thought I was writing to my children at the time, but in the end I addressed it to the sheriff. Perhaps I wish to make a difference. Perhaps I am mad. The sheriff had written back to me and asked me to meet him at the Coldflower National Park, somewhat nearby Morgan's house. My instincts told me there was something off about all of this. To take Morgan and run far away. Then do it! Yet I found myself making the journey to National Park because I'm dumb. I am dumb. I'm like one of those kids in those horror movies who are like, dude, we should totally sleep over at that, haunted house where that murder happened that one time 12 years in the past, and it's the anniversary of it, and they never caught the killer. Oh yeah, we should totally do that, man. I'll bring the green herb and we can just smoke it up, toke it, dude. And I'll bring my girlfriend and we can totally make out and have lots of sex and have sexy shower scenes. And then they go in there and they're just like, oh my god, like, you wanna toke up, man? And they're like, yeah, man. And another guy's like, yeah, I got the munchies, I'm the token black dude, I'm gonna go and eat the food. And then he gets killed, and everybody's like, oh my god, where'd Joshua go? And the girls are like, he probably went out with Mary. And so they're all like, oh, I need to go and do more drugs. I left my toke out in the car, man. And they're all like, you know what? We should totally go and, go and make out, Johnny. And Johnny's like, yeah, totally, babe. Let's go make out. And then they go and make out in the car, and they hear this squeak, squeak, squeak. And they think, oh, yeah, it's probably Jenny and what's-her-face making out too. And then one of them goes to the shower and she's like, oh, I'm gonna have a sexy shower. And then she looks around and she's like, oh, Johnny, why are you peeking in the shower? Ah! And she's dead and bloody. And then it's really the head of the guy. And yeah. And then Jenny and Johnny are really making out and kind of like, oh, let's have babies. Let's have babies. Oh my god, I love you so much. And then suddenly the black guy's head just plonks onto the bonnet and she's like, mid-coitus. And then they die. The end. Oh, God. It's wonderful. Have you ever seen that, there's a YouTube video, The Smart Horror Movie, where basically they're all like, oh, hey, you want to go to the haunted cabin in the woods? And one of them's like, no, let's go to the beach, man. And then and then another one's like, oh wow, the circus is in the, what is it? Not the circus, the play park's open for one night only. We should go. And one of them's like, nah, let's go hang out somewhere else. And it's just so good. Well, I mean, Froge, they probably had a lot to drink and need to pee, man. I was rewatching Scream the other day. Month. And I was watching that one scene where she gets rolled up in the garage door. That was a pretty icky scene. And then it turned out, I didn't get to watch the end of it. I had to turn it off for some reason. And I forgot. And for some reason, I think she was the murderer. And she was just hanging up in the doggy door that was in it, trying to play it up. It was a pretty good movie. The one that squicked me the most was Scream 2. where the girl was in the toilet in the movie theater, and she put her ear against the door, against the wall in the stall, the toilet stall, and it was like, because she heard something going on in the one next door, and she's like, what the fuck? So she was putting it against, trying to hear it, and then this knife just cut through the floor and just stabs her straight through the head. Yeah, I was like, ah! Because we were watching it in a movie theater at the time, and I needed to go to the toilet. It was bad. And I'm like, I just told my friend, I kind of need to go to the toilet. And then we saw that happen, and she goes, do you really want to go to the toilet now? I'm like, not really. And then she goes, don't listen into the stalls. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. It was pretty bad. Alright, let's get on with the game. To take Morgan and run far away, yet I found myself being an idiot and going to the national park. I'm gonna get murdered. It was broad daylight. No civilians were out and about. I'm getting anxious on behalf of the lady because broad daylight, smart, no civilians about. Call and say, yeah, sorry, I can't make it. The sheriff stood in the middle of the frozen lake dressed in his civilian attire. I may have made a huge mistake. Yeah, you don't think? Why are people so stupid? Greetings, Licia. I apologize that we need to meet under these unfortunate circumstances. It will all be fine as long as you help me understand the situation here. In truth, standing in the middle of that frozen lake, Licia felt almost naked. She wanted nothing more than to run far away, yet the frenzy was true and powerful. I haven't, actually. I'll have to. I mean, you don't even have to, like, grab weapons immediately. All you have to do is, like, think, you know, I've got a baseball bat next to my door/window that I can use if anybody tries to break in. I say baseball bat, what I really mean is cricket bat, which are actually better, because they're harder. Oh, that didn't come across that well. Maybe if, when you said I sent it to the sheriff, maybe, if you'd worded it something like, I sent it to an old friend of mine, the sheriff of a local, of nearby town. Something like that, so you know that there's a connection between them. But yeah. I remember when you were a child. I was a mere officer back then. You were polite and always stayed out of trouble. You and your husband Morgan moved south after you had wed. Yet both of you had returned. May I ask why? Yeah, I get it. I'm playing! I'm sorry! Morgan and I experienced some difficulties in our marriage. He moved back here to stay with his mother, who had passed away in recent years. Morgan grew ill, so I decided to help nurture him back to health. I plan on returning home once he is back to his usual self. Your difficulties with the postman. It is most unfortunate. May you tell me in person about what you wrote to me in the letter? The postman came to see my husband. If my husband is ill and could not leave his room, the postman insisted on seeing him. I noticed something terrible about this man. What did you notice, Licia? He was no postman, for he only carried human skulls within his post bag. The man was dangerous and his face was deformed. What did you do to the postman, Licia? Where is he? Licia did not like the way that the sheriff was glaring at her. She gripped her broken heirloom tightly. I protected myself from Morgan. That's all you need to know. Do you know anything about any killings around here? Is my husband safe here? I do not know anything, Licia. Nothing at all. Right. I don't trust him. What is the meaning of this, Sheriff? You should have stayed far away, Licia. You were never any trouble. Are you implying what I think you are implying? Is that hole supposed to be my grave? You left me no choice. Lucia. I promise it'll be fast and painless.
I must stay calm. I need time, a little time.
Lucia cleared her throat.
May I have one last walk around the park?
I don't see why not. I am confident you won't run. I assure you, I never miss my target.
Oh hey, Seyfar. Running is not an option. The sheriff will dispatch me with ease. I must use my perception. It is the only chance of leaving this godforsaken park.
Pee me! Pee! I see a glowy down here. Ooh. I see something over there too. Ooh. Maybe I can hide in a box. Oh. Ooh.
Should I pull this lever?
Nothing happened. Huh.
What is this strange machine, and why is it under the lake? Perhaps something can go into this hole.
Okay. I've got to find the thing. Oh, I just walked onto the wall. Well, that was a little awkward. I see. Another cave up here. Oh. Okay. I gotta go around. Oh hey, there's a gun.
I should take this while the sheriff is not watching. I need to find ammo.
Damn straight I do. Oh, there's something up there too. Alright. A cold wind is coming from these rocks.
There appears to be coal in this crate. Should I take it?
I got coal, bitches. I got coal. I know how to use it. Ba 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 da.
Is that a bullet for the shotgun? I should grab it before I noticed.
I got shotgun. I got one ammo to use in it. I'm pretty good. Alright, let's get in here then, shall we? Well, horror game is coming up. Put the coal in it. Yeah. Hit the switch. Should I pull the lever? Yeah. Something appears to have happened. What's the bet? The lake's melted. I'm betting that's what's happened. I'm betting the lake melted. What in the blue blazes of hell and glory? The lake melted and the sheriff fell in. Now's the time to strike. Time to put this bitch in the ground. Hey, what's up?
His face.
He's an alien!
If I attack the sheriff, I should be prepared for his true fury. Perhaps I should use perception and observe the battle before jumping into it.
Sheriff's dip in the lake has left him weaker. His speed and aim are hindered, but my broken heirloom will still do me no good against him. Is it my shotgun, you vile woman? I pity you, Lucia, but you cannot accept your fate like a good civilian. Prepare yourself. I do not ever miss my target.
I cannot run. I must fight.
Fuck. Alright, escape. Well, I'm gonna shoot you, buddy. Wow, he dead.
I win! I got 3 pistols! Damn straight, motherfucker! The cold wind is strong and unsettling, yet I am burdened with a sickness I did not know existed. The sheriff's body was destroyed by the impact of the shotgun. I could only stare at the second life I took. I remembered my home with fondness over the years. I always thought life took a turn for the worse, yet the good memories of this place, of this cold, distant place, may have been nothing more than an underdeveloped sense of perception. Before Morgan, I loved another. It was a harmless teenage love. Often I had looked back to those times, deeming them amongst my happiness. His name is Robert. I hear he and his family took care of the old church. If there is anyone I can trust in this God-forsaken place, it's Robert.
Well, he had one on his hip, one in his back, and one for each leg. Oh wait, that's 4.
It is nice to see a familiar face, Robert. You haven't changed a bit.
It is so lovely to see you again, Lycia. It's been ages. Why haven't you kept in touch? So much to catch up on.
Sorry about that. I was not in the best of places. I did not want to burden you. You seem so happy with your family. Nonsense. We would have loved to have you over for dinner. Robert told me all sorts of stories about the crazy things you two did as kids.
Oh god. I think I'm about to trigger Kaz.
Robert's wife, Gloria. She looks just like me. I wonder. We were the most boring couple of the whole village. Lycia laughs. What could he have possibly told you?
Oh, serious. It's great to have you here. I want you to stay for dinner. Forever. Coraline is pretty good. You can finally meet the little ones, Junior and Betty.
Cute kids. Mine are all grown up. I wonder if I will ever see them again. You have lovely children. I would love to stay for dinner.
Great, do tell me. How is Morgan faring? I heard he was ill.
Quite so. Lately I've been wondering if I caught whatever he has. The things I've seen, the things I've done. I need a friendly face to talk about it with.
You can talk about anything with us.
Robert and his family smiled wide. It sent a chill down Lycia's spine.
Do you know of any of the Blind Prophet's Book of Truth, Lycia? Oh God. Oh God, no!
I do recall that. I do not remember much details, but I do remember that the religion was dominant in this country.
Amongst the burning sea of human skulls, our one and true leader will emerge from the dust of the tainted. That is what the book teaches.
Human skulls? What is going on?
We are the tainted, Lycia. It is our duty to donate our tainted bones towards a better cause. You never understood this, not now and not back then. Fear that's why you left. You claimed you had a keen sense of perception. No, what you had was a thick veil of delusion. See me for what I am tainted, but I aim for a greater cause.
You are disturbing me, Robert. What madness has gotten into you?
The vision of glory is crisp and...
The vision of glory is crisp and clear, Lycia. Let's have dinner. I know exactly what to cook for you.
Feast upon the truth, Lycia. Our dear postman was tainted, but he was a true warrior for our cause. Dine upon his finest dish.
What are you telling me to eat? You cannot seriously be suggesting human skulls. You can use filthy words to describe the truth. It will not blind our clear vision.
Take a walk, Lycia. Consider our offer. Have a nice warm meal with friends and family, or you can simply leave. It's your choice. I'm a murderer, bitch.
You can't seriously feed his kids human skulls. Am I living a nightmare, or has this always been true? I am gripping the broken heirloom as tight as I can. The madness has spread too far within.
Never watched Courage the Cowardly Dog. It just wasn't on TV over here. Just leave? No, I want to murder them. I'm doing the Lord's work by killing all the sinners. I've actually been watching an LP of prey recently. Can't I go up that ladder? Hello? Hello? I guess I cannot go up that ladder. Is a ladder here. I wonder if I can get to that chandelier. I might be able to use this ladder somewhere else. Should I take it? Damn straight I should. If I see a doorway in an attic in the ceiling, I can use the ladder here to get up. Yeah. Appears to be a bolt cutter in the crate. Should I take it? Damn straight I should. I can cut the chain with the bolt cutter. It could be disastrous for Robert and his family, yet there is something wrong about him and his church. Okay, once I do this, there's no turning back. I'm only submitting to my frenzy. Smoke is rising. I believe I started a fire. If I wish to see the truth, now is the time to strike. It's time to kill me some kiddlywinks. Hey. Robert, Gloria, Betty Lou, and Little Junior. The fire is creeping towards the family. I gaze upon their faces. They do not have the eyes to see, for they are monsters within. Think I once loved you, but even back then I knew you never understood. Prepare to be harvested. This is as it must be. There's no turning back now. Maybe I should turn the music down a little bit. Just so the sounds aren't destroying you. I must rely on my perception. Damn straight I should. Tell me your weak point, motherfucker. He is angry. He will hit hard and quickly. I'll need every skill and resource I have. Ow. Okay, fine. I'ma shoot you. Alright. Perception. Willpower. Let's go. Pistol. Willpower. What? Shit. Oh, thank fuck, I just got it. Barely. This year was victorious. Damn straight I was. I killed all them motherfuckers. I'm standing within a sea of fire. The family of my teenage love are blackened and distorted, much like what their hearts became. I do not know if I feel immense sadness or relief. I see nothing but corruption in this god-forsaken town. Perhaps it is time to visit the mayor and get to the bottom of this. Well, what was I supposed to do? He may be the one responsible for this, yet he is old and weak. My wisdom tells me to take Morgan and walk far, far away from this mess. Yet as the fire raged around me, I calmly walked through the flames as if nothing happened at all. I'm truly sick. As easy. One more hit and I was going to be dead. When their bones are picked clean and the clean bones gone, amongst a burning sea of human skulls, our one and true leader will emerge from the dust of the tainted. Dead men, naked, they shall be one, and death shall have no dominion over them. He is the same man I once knew as a child. Was he always this way? The Book of Truth teaches many things, except who truly was the blind prophet. The dazzle of the lighthouse can hint to us, miserable tainted, his true nature. Perhaps that is your destination.
I hastily left the mayor's estate. The man was clearly mad, yet he was not hostile towards me. I do not know what to think of him. I found myself making the long journey east towards the outskirts of this rotten county. My destination was the lighthouse. I do not trust the old man, yet something tells me I will find answers there.
Pee me! Oh. You foolish frenzy ends here, woman. The light of my lighthouse will never guide you, for you have to defeat me to obtain the key to the light. Alright.
The man is a giant. There's no way I can battle this one, yet I fear he underestimates me. Perhaps I will give up then.
Poke around all you want. There's nothing you can do.
Really? Because I see a little something over here, sweetheart. And I'm about to boom diggity doo dah day it. Boom diggity diggy. Boom diggity diggy diggy doo. There appears to be a hammer within the crate. Yeah, I'll take the hammer. Contraption is some form of... Yeah, okay. Nothing happens. I wonder. And I wonder, I wonder why she ran away. And I wonder if she will stay, my little runaway, my run away. Okay, that's totally wrong. Wonder how stable this lighthouse is.
I'm gonna fell the lighthouse, aren't I? Hell yeah, I am. I'ma fell this bitch. I'ma fell it all the way to the ground.
It appears to be a broom.
I'll take the broom. I'll whack him over the head a few times with it.
There appears to be dynamite. Should I take it?
Yeah!
Need a key to turn the light on.
Let's blow this shit up, yo.
I wonder why I would have to die. Oh. I think it would be effective to use some dynamite here.
Kaboom, baby. I lost the dynamite. Oh, we're gonna send this thing falling into the sea. Mort means death, right? I wonder what amort means. Is it also death? Maybe it's something like death, like, I don't know, despair or something? I lost all the dynamite and it's about to blow things up. Yeah. Desolate and dead. Something happened outside. Damn straight it did. Did it crush the guy? And death. The lighthouse fell. I must change my course of action now that I cannot use its light to guide me. Oh? Okay. Keep the lighthouse emerged. Right arm and left arm left.
Bottom half of his body was crushed. I suspect he is none too pleased with me, but he remains motionless, almost as if he were refusing to acknowledge me. The keeper is certainly less mobile than before. The links between his limbs are weakened. I could try taking out his arms first to avoid his imminent fury.
The keeper rattled. Foolish woman, I'll feast on your skull alone. There will be none of your bonds left for the tainted. Sure, let's get rid of that arm, shall we? That was not an arm! I'm dead. Bugger. How did you guys know I died so fast? I'm gonna do this. I did die. Well, I guess I don't really need to know anymore, so I can just spend my first turn killing. Oh. Okay. It's really hard to tell what you're hitting. Oh, there's a list. Oh my god, I'm a fucking moron. So, see Hikitsune? I didn't notice the little list here at all. I was looking at the body and trying to figure out where I was hitting. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm gonna die this time. Oh no, I'm not. Oh, wow. Okay. Brilliant. That works. Actually, let's use the broom, shall we? I did him! I was victorious. I did it! I did it! I did it! I motherfucking did it! I found the key amongst the rubble of the lighthouse and the dismembered body parts of the giant. Giant? Oh. It was worthless now that the lighthouse's light would never shine again. I gazed upon the starry sky. Light shone towards my destination. There was no lighthouse, yet the sky was stained. So I headed for the border, the last ramparts before wasteland. Oh great, there's a threesome waiting for me. This is the border wall, the guards are silent, yet their swords are drawn. I did not think I would survive a battle against so many. I should find another way. Damn straight I should. Like maybe these steps? Give me an Uzi or something. I wonder if there's a way I could get rid of those flames. Should I pull the lever? Oh, I mean, it obviously did something. Oh,
Grew damp and cold in the caverns. The fire has gone out.
Ho ho, motherfuckers. Oh, hey, so using perception... Guard emerged? He's not noticed me yet. Alright. I'm out, bitches. Fire has gone out. Do I have to fight them? Knowledge didn't do shit for me. Foolish intruder, do not step into my ritual or else I will devour you. Okay, I can't move though. Oh. Amort? Amort? Alright, let me just, let me just... Alright, let's continue. Yeah, I can't move. At all. And it's crashing again. Yeah! I got a bug! Oh. Joseph 2K2. Still frozen, it just refroze again. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, it might be. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, I can't move. The moment I press the button, it goes into not responding. Well, bugger? Odd. Very odd. I have to close it again. Oh, fuck. Load yeah, I was just thinking load the previous save and try to go through that. Again! Alright, bitches. I am playtesting in there. Oh, right. Yeah. I could just... Alright, I am playing through the... Foolish intruder, do not step into my ritual. I need to be careful about where I step. It could be my end, unless I find a way to weaken him. Alright, pee me. Pee me. I warned you, prepare to be devoured. What? I didn't step into his ritual. The darkness I see is truer than the tainted lies you see. Yet you dare call me blind. Prepare to die. Have a hammer. Oh, he's dangerous. Man is blind. I do not know if this will work, but bathing in this water will distill his sense of smell. That smell, what have you done? Cannot sense where you are. Perhaps you can come to me. Then I will devour you. I'm not gonna do that. Oh. What's this? What is this? It's a skull. I got a skull, bitch! I'm collecting your skulls! I'm taking your skulls, motherfucker! I'm taking your skulls. Whose ritual? My ritual. Alright, so I'm gonna scold him first. Now I'm gonna skull him. Have another skull. I'm gonna hammer you. Use a skull, bitch. Skull. Every single weapon I obtained is gone. What did he do? The flame shall consume you. Become one with the cause. Help me see the truth. Grant the way for our leader. Lycia felt the fire creep upon her skin. She choked a scream. The only thing she could do is be devoured by the flame. Lycia stood with the family heirloom in hand, no longer broken. You are? I understand now. Prepare to die. Blind man be dead man. I live while he dies. Before returning to Morgan, I decided to pay another visit to the mayor. Oh, Mayor, I see you got a skull right there. I'm gonna take it and stun you with it. Can I move? The mayor laughed. I figured she was the chosen one. Where'd he go? The mayor turned into dust. The frenzy called ambition consumed me. Your disgusting reign is over. Long live Lassie the Queen, for she kills all who comes in her way. I returned to Morgan's house with sword in hand. He did not seem to notice I was gone, still crying about the threat of the postman. If only he would open his eyes and see what I had accomplished. I finally wrote back to my children, telling them of my newfound responsibilities as leader of this godforsaken land. Morgan has not gotten better, and our relationship is still in the shambles it was. Yet, things are beginning to change around here. Hey, Superstroke, Cashmere Kitty, Espy, and ZDS. The end. I won! I am supreme leader! I am the best leader. Feel me! That was still pretty good. Bar that one little bug, but you know what? That was pretty cool. The design aesthetic was nicely done. Very nicely done. And, yeah, the writing was pretty well done too. I think I spotted, like, maybe one or two little parts that needed a little fixing, but otherwise it was really on point. And, the sound was good, like, apart from, you know, the ear-rendering, sound-destroying ear bug things. And, yeah. It was pretty damn good. I need a drink of orange juice. Yeah, it's got a unique feel to it. And I like the P for the perception thing. It reminds me of the Wild Arms radar in Wild Arms 1. You had a radar where you could use it. It was just a skill, an on-map skill that you could use to find hidden treasures and that. It was pretty good. Okay, Chloe. No, I really like that. Was there a way to get the key from the house? I'm just looking. Tell me. No, apparently not. Alright. Well, that was a mort. Oh yeah, that's right. There is that perception thing. And could you really leave the house with the family inside? Because they could have been cool alternate ending sort of things. I mean, you could go back and refine it a bit more if you wanted. But Amort 2, Return of the Amort. But yeah, the Return of the Postman. You thought the post had been stopped. But it was only a suspension of service. Yeah. No, it was really good. I think you guys did a great job. Good job. Alright. Press P for perception. Alright, what next? There's Armored Corpse, Scatter, and Skies of Galaria. Oh, actually, but the mail must go through. Yes, that's much better. Postman Pat, death by mail. I'm going to have a short break. You guys chat. I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Until then, talk away, entertain yourselves. I'll return. I haven't got any new music, so I won't put any music on. Usually when I go on break is when I show off new music and stuff that other people have made and put on the site, but apparently nobody's making music. Nobody makes music anymore. Actually, that's a lie. We had some songs put on just the other week, but they're like 2 songs and they wouldn't last 10 minutes, so... Alright, I will be back shortly. Yay! Hi, Cass. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Alright. So apparently we're doing Armored Corps. I think this is a Unity game. Cool. This one is, I believe Delson was in it. This is one of Delson's. I think also Ziggy? Maybe? Let me double check. Armored. I spelt it the Australian way so it didn't show up in my search bar. Australian way has a U in it. True. I did talk a bit. More like 30 to 40 minutes. Because I did die a few times as well. Yeah, this is Kevin Kellenor, Athers, Kylela, and Delson. Alright. I did download the newest one. Huh? Chloe! But I don't have a 5 o'clock shadow, dear. It just looks kind of silly. It does look pretty funny. Alright. Let's get into this. Oh, I should probably turn the sound down a bit. It's gonna go crazy. Oh, that's it. No, that's not it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a Kylela game. Are there dragons in it? Oh, this looks interesting. Move to left edge. Okay. Oh, right. Center. And then move to left edge. There we go. So, start next mission, play the recorded briefing for the next mission, loadout, edit the current setup of your mech, barracks, visit your squad mates in the barracks, save game, load, and options. Alright. Okay, that's not allowed. That's not allowed? Oh, here we go. Oh, Oh, I see. Okay, so I've got a few AP left. So I could put the damage and accuracy up. I don't mind that. Puts my hit points up. Fire rate down and accuracy down, but puts up the... Enhanced cooling and booster layout for extra airtime. What? Sure. Briefing. Your sound will be off to attend a distress call. Oh, your squad will be off to attend a distress call at Pangolin City. I mean, I know that Kylela was in this she added the pangolin, I'm pretty sure. Intel reports that the enemy forces have the advantage of numbers and superior technology. We're dropping your squad in the heavier section of the battle. So be smart when you engage them and don't overextend yourself. That is all. Try not to get you and your team killed. If this is a shoot 'em up, this is not going to be fun. Oh my god. How do I... Oh my god. Oh, okay. How do I... Okay, WASD? Guys, you gotta put this shit in so I know... Oh. Oh! got this. How does Libby, how? Oh, triple jump. All right, now we're talking. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, okay, fine. Is the music too loud? Do I need to turn that shit down? Shit. I clicked out the screen. I'm not very good. Okay. Oh. Ooh. I got this. I put my hand back and forth. I put my arm back and forth. I put my arm back and forth. Woo, yeah, bitches! I don't know what how to use my secondary weapon though. Oh, here we go. Oh, let's do this, bitch. Okay, that's weird. It's... Oh. I can't jump. What? Okay, I can jump now. What is... Okay. Weird. I think I prefer my other gun first, better. Come on, Felix. Let's do this, bro. What are you? Oh my god. Are you the... Oh my god. You're the... How am I supposed to win this? What? How am I supposed to win this? Guys, how do I block? Do I have a block button? Fine, you know what? I don't know how to do this. Also, oh, I'm not pressing the right buttons. What? How? Also, what is SP for? I'm no good at these sorts of things. How? I don't like that the jump button and the run button, the zoom button are the same button. It does make it hard to triple jump if you're trying to run a different direction. Let me check something. Um, guys? Hello? Oh no, I can't die. I can't do anything. Delson? I'm sorry. I don't know how to play this game. Okay, I know how to swap weapons. Okay, that's to reload. It has SP, but there's got to be something that it does. Right? Fuck my life, I'm not doing that all over again. So yeah, that's... Wait a minute. So I had secondary weapons, armor plating. I mean, I could just... max it out. That's weird. So yeah. I think it needs a little more work. Just a little bit more work. Oh. I don't know how you're supposed to defeat that boss. I don't know how you're supposed to defeat the boss. There's no, like, I could understand if there were, like, a skill to blow up all the weapons and that. Say you used your SP to get a, to use, like, a anti-missile thing, or to destroy all the missiles or something like that. But it's not... It didn't work. Well, nothing showed up. Okay, that's funny. That's funny, Chloe. Yeah, I'm, well, bugger. Alright. Well, I guess we're on to the next game. Shit. I'll have to play that another time. Alright. Scatter or Skies of Galaria? What do you guys think? Apparently, going on reviews, they've both got issues. Their own issues. So, I don't know. I just used the spacebar. The WASD and the spacebar. Spacebar allowed you to jump, but it also forced you to go left, right. Like, that was also how you used your boost. Honestly, Skies of Galaria were a little... it almost didn't make it on the site, mapping-wise. Sure, I'll give it a go. There's bound to be something. Let's see. Let's go for it. Oh, they included the www folder. Oh, guys, if you're using, if you ever use MV and you want to get the file size down, get rid of the www folder, because that is basically a what am I trying to say? It is basically a repeat of all the resources in the game used for if you're actually using, setting it up on a browser to play via browser. So it's for the internet to actually grab those files and load them up. You don't need it if you're just sharing your file, if you're just sharing a zip of your files. It will just double the size of your game. Well, I broke a game. I broke a game. Alright. I broke the game and I liked it. Well, either or. Both. I think the music might be a bit high for this. I tend to find that RPG Maker music tends to be a bit loud. Because nobody has the good God-given sense to turn it down from 100%. Okay, this is a major pet peeve of mine. When people leave all their music up 100% in the whole game. Customize that shit, please. Like, you can have it fade in and out. You can have something like go softer or louder depending on when you're closer. Turn it down and, just, goddamn, it gets so goddamn loud. Also, I should probably turn it down on my computer so the microphone doesn't pick it up. It's just so loud. It's just so loud. Like, why you gotta be like this, bro? That's not what I wanted. Yeah, well, the thing is, the options scene can only turn it down by 20%. You can't really... Yeah, I usually mess around with it and turn it up or down as I like it. Because I don't like to go into a game and have ear rape happen. Or headache syndrome. Oh, I get what you mean, Froge. Yeah, I do the same. Computer volume on... That's why I have to do it. Every time I play a fucking RPG Maker game, I have to go and turn it down on the goddamn main thing. I like watching things while I do things. It drives me mad. It's not that bad. It's basically a... Honestly, it's... I've seen worse. It's just a basic RPG Maker one with a hand-drawn anime character put on the top, and the font. The font's okay. I think the gear is the issue, but okay, let's just do this. Skyblade and his best friend Kamiko Veltris has just started college at Lorne University. Kamiko also just met a man, Jade, and has been dating him for a few months. However, what she doesn't know is that Jade is after a special crystal called the Star Crystal to give to Empress Demina. When it turns out that Kamiko somehow possesses the Star Crystal, things start to get ugly quick. When Sky figures out that what Jade is really up to, he does everything in his power to save his friend. Who's Alexion? I'm sorry, what? Hi, Kamiko. I've not seen you in a while. What are you up to?
I'm going to the Lawn Festival to spend the day with Jade. Do you want to come?
Sure, I just hope he doesn't mind.
Don't worry about that. He's chill, you know?
Hey, Kamiko. Mwah! See you brought a friend. Don't mind me, I'm just tagging along. What would you like to look at first?
The paintings!
Jade joins the party! Woo! Yeah! Hey, it's better than what I can draw, so... I can't really say anything. But yes, you could stab someone with those chins. Hi, Kamiko. I didn't expect to see you here with Jade and Alexion.
I honestly didn't think you liked festivals.
I thought I would just come and see what it's all about. How about you hang out with us? We don't want you to be lonely. Sure, no problems. Sky. I knew a girl named Sky. She was a bitch. In fact, I knew two girls named Sky, and they were both bitches.
Man, time flies when you're having fun.
I didn't do anything! It's late. We should head back to the dorms.
I'm fine, actually. I don't have any classes tomorrow.
There's a dragon coming this way!
What? A dragon? There are many these days. I wonder what you mean. Oh, okay, that dragon. I'm sitting on his head. Kamiko and Sky, don't just stand there, run! No! What do you think you're doing here?
Sky, what is going on?
I knew there was something I didn't trust about you, Jade. Was that magic? Of course, your lady friend here has something very special. Something the Empress Demina wants. The Star Crystal. You mean the legendary Star Crystal? That crystal has been lost for centuries. Yes, but once I figure out how to extract it from her by having sex, I'll give it to the Empress Demina, the true ruler of this forsaken world. I'm emo and I love it. You backstabbing bastard. Put her down. Sorry, I just realized that his name is in the text box. It's just black. I'd never know, I couldn't see it. Sorry, but I don't have to listen to you. Lyle, finish them off so they don't follow me. Who's Lyle, the dragon? I'll kick your scaly ass.
Flurry dragon attack!
Gotcha. Okay.
Spark, bitch!
It is very anime, I gotta say. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because campy anime can be fun. Hey, I gotta say, the music is pretty pumping. Although, I have to say, my speakers are down to 24%. That's pretty loud. Oh, I forgot this. Alexian is now level 2 and Sky is level 2 too. Let's get you back to the dorms. No, I need to help Kamiko. You're not thinking of going after him, are you? You don't even know where he took her. Took her. Don't worry, I'll find out. Not tonight. Let's get back to the dorms. I need to bed you right away. Bow, bow, bow. You can't just go after him guns blazing like John Wyan. Meanwhile, in Empress Demeana's fortress. Empress Demeana, I found the star crystal. I just need to figure out how to extract it from this woman. I used my charm to get close to her.
Good, you've done well, Jay.
Thank you, my Empress. Wait, what? 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 Oh, he didn't. Oh, Rose, you spelt your own name wrong, honey. Rose Guardian, not Rose Guardian. Katakawa Games. Stem of Skies of Galaria is made for the RMN. It's free to download and play as it was made for the McBaconJam 4. So, Turkey Dog, Rose Guardian, Ace of Aces, and Hazelsoft. Alright. I've played worse. I have played worse. I mean, it's fun in a campy 90s anime sort of way. I can forgive it the story. It does need a lot of spell checking, and the map, I didn't get to see much of the map. I'm a little... John Wyan was pretty funny. I think it needs a lot of work. But you know what? It didn't crash on me, so it's got that going for it. And I couldn't break it, so it has that going for it as well. I mean, it's not Blockland bad. It's not Blockland bad. But yeah, it does need a little bit of work. A lot of work. It's, yeah. Oh well, good job, guys. You did get something out at least. That's more than what me and Kaz did. And Chloe did. Hey, it's more than what we did, guys. At least the music was cool. That battle music was good. Come on, that was pretty pumping. Okay, it didn't quite fit in the sudden... But it was okay. It was good. I like that. You guys don't want to know the funniest thing about that, do you? You do want to know the funniest thing. That game page was... The game page for that was put up very early into the McBaconJam, so it wasn't even a last minute entry. Which you could understand. I guess they started it and then they just didn't have time to finish it and just let it drop and lost track of time. So that's probably That's probably what happened. They probably, started off, didn't have time, and just left it by the wayside. And then realized at the end of the jam, oh shit, well, we should probably upload what we've got. So, yeah. That was a thing. Scattered. Right. Let's jump right into that. I wondered why it was such a big file. 375 megabyte. It's because they had included the www file in. Alright, scatter. It's got some pretty decent CSS, yeah. What's the readme text say? Created by Kanatakun and Pew Pew. Oh, they're new names. New people. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm always happy when I see new devs taking part in events. Not that I don't, that I'm not happy seeing old people taking part in events as well, but I do appreciate, new people playing as well. So, arrow keys, confirm, cancel menu, backspace, yes. No items, equips, or anything, Alt F12. Right. Let's get this going. Scatter. Da 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 da. Boo doo boo 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 boo. Ba 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 da ba ba. Bew bew be doo. Do 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 do. Boop 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 boop. Oh, wait. Where's that thing gone? I need some of it. Oh. Huh. Well, I didn't see that. I might give it a try when that's out. But, yeah. Alright. Scatter. Shadow, crash, scatter. Oh, I do like the, I like the look of it. For some reason, when I saw that thing in the middle, it did not twig that was a railway crossing. I thought it was some weird looking monster. Once upon a time, there was a girl who lived in a high tower alone. This little girl had loving parents and a friend which came to visit her every day. She was happy. After some time, the girl realized that she'd fallen in love with her friend. Knowing that the girl loved her, the friend felt strange. She stopped visiting her after that day. Yeah, I don't know if you've realized, but I don't know if you've realized, but when I'm let's playing games, if there's some spelling mistakes or something like that, I tend to just read it how it should be written instead of how it is, or at least I try to. I'm actually getting more lavender vibes off this one. The girl was so sad, and she escaped the tower, came to her friend's house to apologize. After that, they both became good friends again. Apologize for what? For having a crush on her friend? Yeah, I do that. I try to... if it's a let's try, I'll point it out and try and, just point out the issue and why it's an issue. On Let's Plays, I just go with the flow and read it how it should have been written. Yeah, Huntress of the Hollow was really good. I highly recommend that to anyone who hasn't played it. Like, seriously. Lavender's nice, but Huntress of the Hollow is so good. Like, the way it progresses through and the character progress, so good. I think I LP'd it. I'm not sure if I did. Did I stream that? I can't remember. I played it. It's really good. And then the girl who lived in the tower had a happy life ever after.
That's a happy story. Surely one day, if my life was just like that one, or just like those in Tales. I
like the sound effects.
The sky is blue and clear. It's a nice day out. It's a note. We will bring you a cheesecake next time we visit. Love, Mum.
Yeah, I thought I'd streamed Lavender. Some games I don't stream, I just play them, and then I think I stream them, and then I go looking for the video, and I'm like, why is there no video of this? And then I realize, oh, you're an idiot. You didn't stream it, you played it. You numpty. And then sometimes I'll think I didn't play a game on stream, and I did really stream it. See, I wasn't sure.
From Mum. I love her.
Well, she's your mum, you should. I mean, unless she's a bitch, in which case you shouldn't.
Obviously, I can't get out. The sky is blue and clear. It's a clear day. Should I sleep?
Sure, I guess.
There was a nameless girl, and now the girl is still nameless. The end.
Maybe that should be even now. Oh, hey, is Jeroen here?
What? My room is... No, this is not my... It's unreadable. It's a nice day out. A paper with scribbles. It has something written.
Oh yeah, is there really... Yeah, you can't progress without reading. One day, somebody will make a game where choosing not to read something actually does shit.
Once upon a time, there was a girl who lived high in a tower alone. This little girl had loving parents and a friend who came to visit her every day. She was unhappy. She is locked up like a beast, and she longed for the world outside the tower.
Hi, Jeroen.
After some time, the girl realized that she'd fallen in love with her friend. Knowing that the girl loved her, the friend felt strange. She stopped visiting her after that day. The girl was so depressed, she escaped the tower to apologize to her friend. That was the first time she got to go outside her tower. Somehow, she kept smiling even though she's...
Oh, somehow she... Wow, don't change the goddamn tense, please. I don't like it when they change the goddamn tense.
Somehow she keeps smiling even though she's about to say sorry to her friend.
Of course. And now it's back!
Somehow, she managed to keep smiling even whilst saying sorry to her friend.
Thank you.
Of course, her friend became disgusted at her because of that smile. After that, the girl pushed her friend off a cliff.
What? That was a bit much.
Her parents were angered when they found out that the girl escaped, and she was locked in the basement. Days, weeks, months passed, and the girl is still there. Her parents decided to not let her outside again because
she's a murderous bitch.
She was already dead.
Oh hey, that's a cool story actually.
Impossible, the perfect tale, it should be flawless. Who has shattered my perfect tale?
Who edited my shit? Go to sleep, goddammit. Cliff Richard! Got myself a walking, talking, sleeping, snorting, living doll. That's not how the song goes. Got to do my best to please her just 'cause she's a living doll. Doesn't seem that I am mad this time. She satisfies my soul. I got the only walking, talking, living doll. Played enough before me. I used to know all the words to that song. There's a lot of interaction between the singers, and there's bangs and clashes and all this shit going on. It's a Cliff Richard song. Check it out. A boy named Peter Pan was bored. He hated every adult around him. He wanted to be a child forever. A fairy appeared one day and offered to take him to a land where dreams never end. Obviously, the boy accepted, but how would he get there? The fairy smiled. It's easy, just by flying. Then Peter Pan jumped out of the window and died. He couldn't believe that he was flying so easily. Then they went to the world of Neverland together, and there they met a duck, and a dog person, and a little kid named Sora, and they got wrapped up in these adventures, and destroyed the Heartless. Somebody's been watching Kingdom Hearts lately.
What is that thing? A photo? I can't see anything. It's that story. I just want to go to sleep. It's her photo.
Now I want to write a story about a... Now I want to sort of write a story or do a game about a fairy who goes and convinces kids to jump outside of windows to take them to Neverland. We could call it Neverland. And your brother's gone missing. Her friend is a screwdriver. That's brilliant. I recommend Nico's play. Nico Bizzle. Nico B 007 0700 or whatever the fuck his thing is. Just Nico. His LP, he's done the whole series so far, and it's pretty great. It's pretty great. The reason I picked it up instead of playing the games was because the games make me dizzy playing them. I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and I got dizzy playing it. But yeah.
What did you say? I love you. No, this is wrong. Huh? Why?
I love you like a friend, you bitch!
Oh! No, that's totally wrong! You're supposed to love me like a lesbian.
What? I'm sorry.
Why? You're sick. We're both girls, aren't we? Wait, don't leave me alone. Get off! Don't touch me ever again! Disgusting!
Alright, I'm gonna take a wild stab in the dark and guess that the friend was raped by her mother and that's why she thinks it's wrong and disgusting. Because it usually involves rape of some kind. In these types of... Oh my god. That is wrong. No, I am... Wait, what? It's wrong. No, I don't want to remember that. Why? Phillips, why? You have betrayed me the last time. Phillips! Why can't I open this? Yeah, go to sleep. Nothing else is going to happen until you do.
My name is... I'm years old. I hate. I love my mother and father. They say that I must be a good girl. Since I was small, I always wear pretty clothes. I also had pretty long hair. I put a big ribbon behind my head as well.
I'm guessing these are all lies.
But then she rejected me. I'm broken. I'm not truly a good girl inside. This is right? I'm always locked here all along. Unreachable window. Name, age, gender. This nameless world is the worst. It's her photo. I don't think that I could fit through there. The bed never feels comfy. There is nothing more to tell. You're nothing but an impure vessel for a flawless tale. This is the end of your story. I see. It's all right now, isn't it?
I'ma jump off a cliff, bitch.
The breeze. I want to say thank you for everything because I am not perfect. I want to love everyone at the same time. To love my parents who want me to be a girl. To love my friend who is really nice to me. But that also makes me hate myself deep inside. And when I realized it was too late. No, that will end today. I'll become a tale myself. A flawless tale, without a doubt, will become true when death is present. Will I fly to the sky just like him? I'm also a boy who didn't want to grow up.
I mean, I'm also a boy who didn't want to grow up. But once again, thank you. I, Peter, will be known as the one who scatters. It's an interesting... It could have... I just want to see if there's an ending thing. Alright. Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Piano. It is, it's interesting. It's got issues in the story it was told. I like that they tried something different. I don't like the message they were sending at the end, where they're basically the only way to get through this is to kill myself. The only thing I can do is kill myself. It's... Especially to impressionable teenagers who are in the same situation, it's not a message you should be sending. That said, if it had been presented as a negative thing that the person had done, it could have been very impactful. But the fact that it was presented as something good is what the issue is. That's the problem. Like, they could have easily pointed away, made it out to be something, like he was saying, well, it felt more like he wanted to be a boy and was oh no, I got it. He was a boy. But, sex-wise, he was female. But he wanted to be a boy. And that's why it wasn't an issue for him to like the girl. His friend, the girl. Well, there are some that are messed up, that is true. I think the ending could have been salvaged if he'd been like, I know this is wrong, it won't make it right. You know, you could still keep the suicide in as the ending, but making it to be a beautiful thing isn't right. But then, I mean, thinking about it, a lot of people who do commit suicide are hopeful that it will end their thing and that it won't hurt and that they'll finally be free. They're usually driven to it by the extreme belief that this is the only thing they can do in order to be free. The only thing to do in order to be themselves and to get rid of, you know, all the shit that's going on. And so they do tell themselves the lie that this is a beautiful thing. And it's not. It's definitely not. And I think the end part where it showed the bloody scene at the bottom does help, show it wasn't. And yeah, that was a screwdriver. That was totally a Phillips. I don't know. I do like the symbolism of the railway track. The railway signals is a sort of crossroads between what could be. I think it would have been nice if it had a few, at least one other ending where you could examine a bit more, a way for them to be free, for him to go and be free in the world. And be himself without, aside from that, it has issues with the writing, but yeah. Honestly, it's an interesting piece, especially from a new developer. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do, what more they do, what next they do. I've seen worse. I have seen a lot worse. But yeah, it's interesting. It was interesting. Multiple endings, at least one ending where it explored the right way. But yeah, it's It's a different kind of, yeah. I mean, I've done a game about suicide before. People hated it, but I did it. Oh god, people hated that game. I get it. When I first did it, I was like, oh yeah, this is really cool. It's got a deep message. People, I like it. People like it. And then now I look at it and... Well, see, the thing is that, like I said, I think that what they meant to do, and it might have been a problem with the writing and how they conveyed it, I think what they meant to do was show the hope that they have, that, that somebody who commits suicide has, and then show the harsh reality of their body being lying on the ground broken and bloodied. I think they meant to do sort of like a contrast. It didn't come across quite so well. They were meant to be like, I'm free, I'm floating up with the heavens. You know what it reminded me of? Oh yes. It reminded me of the original Little Mermaid. I don't know, something about it reminded me of the original Little Mermaid where her soul turned into bubbles after she killed herself. And, but she did it to save the life of the prince. Granted, it didn't have that part of self-sacrifice, but something about it made it seem that way. Yeah, I don't think they deliberately meant to make it insensitive. Oh, you've never read the proper story, Chloe? Oh, honey. Oh, honey, you need to read the Hans Christian Andersen version. Yeah. We're not talking Disney. We're talking the original. Look, sit down, children. Let's have a story time. Want me to read you a story? I'll read you a story. Okay. I'm gonna read you the story. Let's have a story time. It's a pretty long one, so get ready. Alright? You all ready for this? Liberty's annotating stories now. Oh yeah. Cinderella's sisters cut off their own shoe parts in order to get their fingers in. Alright, their feet in the shoe. And at the end, they were on either side of her at the wedding, and the doves came down on her shoulders and pecked out their eyes, so they went blind. Did he stick his dick in her mouth? I mean, what? Right. Didn't he rape her or something in Sleeping Beauty? And that was how she woke up? Yeah. Alright. So this is written in 1836, The Little Mermaid. Disney converted this into the one with Ariel. There is a cartoon version where her name is Marina. That's the one I originally saw when I was about 5 or 6, so that's the one that stuck with me, but it was based more on Hans Christian Andersen version. So, here we go. Far out in the ocean, where the water is blue as the prettiest cornflower and as clear as crystal, it is very, very deep. So deep, indeed, that no cable could fathom it. Many church steeples, piled one upon the other, would not reach from the ground beneath to the surface of the water above. There dwell the Sea King and his subjects. We must not imagine that there is nothing at the bottom of the sea. Oh shit, what did I do? Okay. But bare yellow sand. No, indeed, the most singular flowers and plants grow there, the leaves and stems of which are so pliant that the slightest agitation of the water causes them to stir as if they had life. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches, as birds fly among the trees here upon land. In the deepest spot of all stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. The roof is formed of shells that open and close as the water flows over them. Their appearance is very beautiful, for in each lies a glittering pearl, which would be fit for the diadem of a queen. Oh, hey, Tao. I'm reading a story. It's story time. The Sea King had been a widower for many years, and his aged mother kept house for him. She was a very wise woman, and exceedingly proud of her high birth. On that account she wore 12 oysters on her tail, while others, also of high rank, were only allowed to wear 6. She was, however, deserving of very great praise, especially for her care of the little sea princesses, her granddaughters. There were 6 beautiful children, but the youngest was the prettiest of them all. Her skin was as clear and delicate as a rose leaf,
and her eyes as blue as the deepest sea. But like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fish's tail. All day long they played in the great halls of the castle, and among the living flowers that grew out of the walls. The large amber windows were open, and the fish swam in, just as the swallows fly into our houses when we leave open the windows, excepting that the fishes swam up to the princesses, ate out of their hands, and allowed themselves to be stroked. Outside the castle there was a beautiful garden, in which grew bright red and dark blue flowers, and blossoms like flames of fire. The fruit glittered like gold, and the leaves and stems waved to and fro continually. The earth itself was fine as sand, but blue as the flame of burning sulphur. Over everything lay a peculiar blue radiance, as if it were surrounded by the air from above, through which the blue sky shone instead of the dark depths of the ocean. In calm weather the sun could be seen, looking like a purple flower with the light streaming from the calyx. Each of the young princesses had a little plot of ground in the garden, where she might dig and plant as she pleased. One arranged her flower bed into the form of a whale, another thought it best to make hers like the figure of a little mermaid, but that of the youngest was round like the sun and contained flowers as red as his rays at sunset. She was a strange child, quiet and thoughtful, and while her sisters would be delighted with the wonderful things which they obtained from the wrecks of vessels, she cared for nothing but her pretty red flowers like the sun, excepting a beautiful marble statue. It was the representation of a handsome boy carved out of pure white stone, which had fallen to the bottom of the sea from a wreck. She planted by the statue a rose-coloured weeping willow. It grew splendidly, and very soon it hung its fresh branches over the statue, almost down to the blue sands. The shadow had a violet tint, and waved to and fro like the branches. It seemed as if the crown of the tree and the root were at play, and trying to kiss each other. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as to hear about the world above the sea. She made her old grandmother tell her all she knew of the ships and of the towns, the people and the animals. To her it seemed the most wonderful and beautiful to hear that the flowers of the land should have fragrance, and not those below the sea, that the trees of the forest should be green, and that the fishes among the trees could sing so sweetly that it was quite a pleasure to hear them. Her grandmother called the little birds fishes, or she would not have understood her, for she had never seen birds. "When you have reached your 15th year," said the grandmother, "you will have permission to rise up out of the sea, to sit upon the rocks in the moonlight while the great ships are sailing by, and then you will see both forests and towns." In the following years, one of the sisters would be 15, but as she was a year younger than the other, the youngest would have to wait 5 years before her turn came up to rise from the bottom of the ocean and see the earth as we do. However, each promised to tell others what she saw in her visit, and what she thought the most beautiful, for their grandmother could not tell them enough. There were so many things on which they wanted information. None of them longed so much for her turn to come as the youngest, she who had the longest time to wait, and who was so quiet and thoughtful. Many nights she stood by the open window, looking up through the dark blue water and watching the fish as they splashed about with their fins and tails. She could see the moon and stars shining faintly, but through the water they looked larger than they do to our eyes. When something like a black cloud passed between her and them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming over her head, or a ship full of human beings, who never imagined that a pretty little mermaid was standing beneath them, holding out her white hands towards the keel of their ship. As soon as the eldest was 15, she was allowed to rise to the surface of the ocean. When she came back, she had hundreds of things to talk about, but the most beautiful, she said, was to lie in the moonlight on a sandbank in the quiet sea near the coast, and to gaze upon a large town nearby when the lights were twinkling like hundreds of stars. to listen to the sounds of the music, the noise of carriages, and the voices of human beings, and then to hear the merry bells peal out from the church steeples. And because she could not go near all those wonderful things, she longed for them more than ever. Oh, did not the youngest sister listen eagerly to those descriptions? And afterwards, when she stood at the open window looking up through the dark blue water, she thought of the great city with all its bustle and noise, and even fancied she could hear the sound of the church bells down in the depths of the sea. In another year, the second sister received permission to rise to the surface of the water, and to swim about where she pleased. She rose just as the sun was setting, and this, she said, was the most beautiful sight of all. The whole sky looked like gold, while violet and rose-coloured clouds, which she could not describe, floated over her, and still more rapidly than the clouds flew a large flock of wild swans towards the setting sun, looking like a long white veil across the sea. She also swam towards the sun, but it sank into the waves, and the rosy tints faded from the clouds and from the sea. The third sister's turn followed. She was the boldest of them all, and she swam up a broad river that emptied itself into the ocean. On the banks she saw green hills covered with beautiful vines. Palaces and castles peeped out from amid the proud trees of the forest. She heard the birds singing, and the rays of the sun were so powerful that she was obliged often to dive down under the water to cool her burning face. In a narrow creek she found a whole troop of little human children quite naked and sporting about in the water. She wanted to play with them, but they fled in a great fright, and then a little black animal came to the water. It was a dog, but she did not know that, for she had never seen one before. This animal barked at her so terribly that she became frightened and rushed back to the open sea. But she said she should never forget the beautiful forests, the green hills, and the pretty little children who could swim in the water, although they had not fishes' tails.
Of course I'm still reading. I just can't read what you guys are reading at the same time. I'm keeping concentration. Also, Mulan is great. The fourth sister... Alright. The fourth sister was more timid. She remained in the midst of the sea, but she said it was quite as beautiful there as nearer the land. She could see for so many miles around her, and the sky above looked like a bell of glass. She had seen the ships, but at such a great distance that they looked like seagulls. The dolphins sported in the waves, and the great whales spouted water from their nostrils, till it seemed as if 100 fountains were playing in every direction. The fifth sister's birthday occurred in the winter, so when her turn came, she saw what the others had not seen the first time they went up. The sea looked quite green. Then large icebergs were floating about, each like a pearl, she said, but larger and loftier than the churches built by men. They were of the most singular shapes, and glittered like diamonds. She had seated herself upon one of the largest, and let the wind play with her long hair, and she remarked that all the ships sailed by rapidly, and steered as far away as they could from the iceberg, as if they were afraid of it. Towards evening, as the sun went down, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rolled, and the lightning flashed, and the red light glowed on the icebergs as they rocked and tossed in the heavy sea. On all the ships the sails were reefed with fear and trembling, while she sat calmly on the floating iceberg, watching the blue lightning as it darted its forked flashes into the ocean. When first the sisters had permission to rise to the surface, they were each delighted with the new and beautiful sights they saw, but now, as grown-up girls, they could go when they pleased, and they had become indifferent about it. They wished themselves back again in the water, and after a month had passed, they said it was much more beautiful down below, and pleasanter to be at home. Yet often in the evening hours the 5 sisters would twine their arms around each other, and rise to the surface in a row. They had more beautiful voices than any human being could have, and before the approach of a storm, and when they expected a ship would be lost, they swam before the vessel and sang sweetly of the delights to be found in the depths of the ocean, and begging the sailors not to fear if they sank to the bottom. But the sailors could not understand the song. They took it for the howling of the storm,
and these things were never to be beautiful for them, for if the ship sank, the men were drowned, and their dead bodies alone reached the place of the Sea King. When the sisters rose arm in arm through the water in this way, their younger sister would stand quite alone, looking after them, ready to cry, only that the mermaids have no tears, and therefore they suffer more.
"Oh, were I but 15 years old," she said, "I know that I shall love the world up there and all the people who live in it."
At last she reached her 15th year. "Well, now that you are grown up," said the old dowager, her grandmother, "so you must let me adorn you like your sisters." And she placed a wreath of white lilies in her hair, and every flower leaf was half a pearl. Then the old lady ordered 8 great oysters to attach themselves to the tail of the princess to show her high rank.
"But they hurt me so," said the little mermaid.
"Pride must suffer pain," replied the old lady. Oh, how gladly she would have shaken off all this grandeur and laid aside the heavy wreath. The red flowers in her own garden should have suited her much better, but she could not help herself. So she said farewell and rose as lightly as a bubble to the surface of the water. The sun had just set as she raised her head above the waves, but the clouds were tinted with crimson and gold, and through the glimmering twilight beamed the evening star in all its beauty. The sea was calm, and the air mild and fresh. A large ship with 3 masts lay becalmed on the water, with only 1 sail set, and as darkness came on, 100-coloured lanterns were lighted, as if the flags of all nations waved in the air. The little mermaid swam close to the cabin windows, and now and then, as the waves lifted her up, she could look in through clear glass window panes and see a number of well-dressed people within. Among them was a young prince, the most beautiful of all, with large black eyes. He was 16 years of age, and his birthday was being kept with much rejoicing. The sailors were dancing on deck, but when the prince came out of the cabin, more than 100 rockets rose in the air, making it as bright as day. The little mermaid was so startled that she dived under the water, and when she again stretched out her head, it appeared as if all the stars of heaven were falling around her. She had never seen such fireworks before. Great suns spurted fire about, splendid fireflies flew into the blue air, and everything was reflected in the clear, calm sea beneath. The ship itself was so brightly illuminated that all the people, and even the smallest rope, could be distinctly and plainly seen, and how handsome the young prince looked as he pressed the hands of all present and smiled at them, while the music resounded through the air, the clear night air. Ah, 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 ah. Jeez. It was very late, yet the little mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship or from the beautiful prince. The coloured lanterns had been extinguished. No more rockets rose in the air, and the cannon had ceased firing, but the sea became restless, and a moaning, grumbling sound could be heard beneath the waves. Still the little mermaid remained by the cabin window, rocking up and down on the water, which enabled her to look in. After a while the sails were quickly unfurled, and the noble ship continued her passage, but soon the waves rose higher, heavy dark clouds darkened the sky, and lightning appeared in the distance. A dreadful storm was approaching. Once more the sails were reefed, and the great ship pursued her flying course over the raging sea. The waves rose mountains high, as if they would have overtopped the mast, but the ship dived like a swan between them, and then rose again on their lofty foaming crests. To the little mermaid this appeared pleasant sport, not so to the sailors. At length the ship groaned and creaked. The thick planks gave way under the lashing of the sea as it broke over the deck. The mainmast snapped asunder like a reed, and the ship lay over on her side, and the water rushed in. The little mermaid now perceived that the crew were in danger. Even she herself was obliged to be careful to avoid the beams and planks of the wreck which lay scattered on the water. At one moment it was so pitch black that she could not see a single object, but a flash of lightning revealed the whole scene, and she could see every one who had been on board excepting the prince. When the ship parted, she had seen him sink into the deep blue waves, and she was glad, for she thought he would now be with her. And then she remembered that human beings could not live in the water, so that when he got down to her father's palace, he would be quite dead. But he must not die. So she swam about among the beams and planks which strewed the surface of the sea, forgetting that they could crush her to pieces. Then she dived deeply under the dark waters, rising and falling with the waves, till at length she managed to reach the young prince, who was fast losing the power of swimming in that stormy sea. His limbs were failing him, his beautiful eyes were closed, and he would have died had not the little mermaid come to his assistance. She held his head above the water and let the waves drift them where they would. In the morning the storm had ceased, but of the ship not a single fragment could be seen. The sun rose up red and glowing from the water, and its beams brought back the hue of health to the prince's cheeks, but his eyes remained closed. Sorry, I'm like, my tongue is dying. I'm talking too much. The mermaid kissed his high, smooth forehead and stroked back his wet hair. He seemed to her like the marble statue in her little garden, and she kissed him again and wished that he might live. Presently they came in sight of land, and she saw lofty blue mountains on which the white snow rested as if a flock of swans were laying upon them. Near the coast were beautiful green forests, and close by stood a large building, whether a church or a convent she could not tell. It's a fucking convent. Orange and citron trees grew in the garden, and before the door stood lofty palms. The sea here formed a little bay, in which the water was quite still, but very deep. So she swam with the handsome prince to the beach, which was covered with fine white sand, and there she laid him in the warm sunshine, taking care to raise his head higher than his body. Then bells sounded in the large white building, and a number of young girls came into the garden. The little mermaid swam out farther from the shore, placed herself between some high rocks that rose out of the water. Then she covered her head and neck with the foam of the sea, so that her little face might not be seen, and watched to see what would become of the poor prince. She did not wait long before she saw a young girl approach the spot where he lay. She seemed frightened at first, but only for a moment. Then she fetched a number of people, and the mermaid saw the prince came back to life again, and smiled upon those who stood around him. But to her he sent no smile. She knew not that he knew not that she had saved him. This made her very unhappy, and when he was led away to the great building, she dived down sorrowfully into the water and returned to her father's castle. She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Her sisters asked her what she had seen during her first visit on the surface of the water, but she would tell them nothing. Many an evening and morning did she rise to the place where she had left the prince. She saw the fruits in the garden ripen till they were gathered, the snow on the tops of the mountains melt away, but she never saw the prince, and therefore she returned home, always more sorrowful than before. It was her only comfort to sit in her own little garden and fling her arm around the beautiful marble statue which was like the prince, but she gave up tending her flowers, and they grew in wild confusion over the paths, twining their long leaves and stems round the branches of the trees, so that the whole place became dark and gloomy. At length she could bear it no longer, and told one of her sisters all about it. Then the others heard the secret, and very soon it became known to two mermaids whose intimate friend happened to know who the prince was. She had also seen the festival on board ship. She told them where the prince came from and where his palace stood. "Come, little sister," said the other princesses. Then they entwined their arms and rose about in a long row to the surface of the water, close by the spot where they knew the prince's palace stood. It was built of bright yellow shining stone with long flights of marble steps, one of which reached down quite to the sea. Splendid gilded cupolas rose over the roof, and between the pillars that surrounded the whole building stood lifelike statues of marble. Through the clear crystal of the lofty windows could be seen noble rooms, with costly silk curtains and hangings of tapestry, while the walls were covered with beautiful paintings which were a pleasure to look at. In the centre of the largest saloon, a fountain threw its sparkling jets high up onto the glass cupola in the ceiling, through which the sun shone down upon the water and upon the beautiful plants growing around the basin of the fountain. Now that she knew where he lived, she spent many an evening and many a night on the water near the palace. She would swim much nearer the shore than any of the others ventured to do. Indeed, Once she went quite up the narrow channel under the marble balcony, which threw a broad shadow into the water. Here she would sit and watch the young prince, who thought himself quite alone in the bright moonlight. She saw him many times of an evening, sailing in a pleasant boat, with music playing and flags waving. She peeped out from among the green rushes, and if the wind caught her long silvery white veil, those who saw it believed it to be a swan spreading out its wings. On many a night, too, when the fishermen with their torches were out at sea, she heard them relate so many good things about the doings of the young prince that she was glad she had saved his life when he had been tossed about half dead in the waves, and she remembered that his head had rested on her bosom, and how heartily she had kissed him. But he knew nothing of all this, and could not even dream of her. She grew more and more fond of human beings, and wished more and more to be able to wander about with those whose world seemed to be so much larger than her own. They could fly over the sea in ships, and mount the high hills, which were far above the clouds, and the lands they possessed, their woods and their fields, stretched far away beyond the reach of her sight. There was so much that she wished to know, and her sisters were unable to answer all her questions. Then she applied to her old grandmother, who knew all about the upper world, which she very rightly called the lands above the sea. "If human beings are not drowned," asked the little mermaid, "can they live forever? Do they never die as we do here in the sea?" "Yes," replied the old lady, "they must also die, and their term of life is even shorter than ours. We sometimes live to 300 years, but when we cease to exist here, we only become the foam on the surface of the water, and we have not even a grave down here of those we love. We have no immortal souls. We shall never live again. But like the green seaweed, when once it has been cut off, we can never flourish more. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever, lives after the body has been turned to dust. It rises up through the clear, pure air beyond the glittering stars. As we rise up out of the water and behold all the land of the earth, so do they rise to unknown and glorious regions which we shall never see." I gotta take a break for a minute. My throat is killing me. I need something to drink. And, yeah, I'll be back. This is a bit longer than I thought it would be. I'm only halfway through. Holy shit. A little over halfway through, and I'm not sure if there's any other pages. Wait, let me just check this. Oh no, that's fine. There's only the one page. Still, I just need a little take a little break, get a drink. I will be right back.
No games are left, Hunger Men. We did them all. Oh boy. I'm surprised I'm as tired as I am. I realize why it is. It's because I had the goddamn heater on. So of course it got warmer in here. And I'm like, ooh, why am I so tired? It's only 2 a.m. I mean, I say only. Alright. Let's get back to reading. The Little Mermaid. Where was I? Alright, she was asking her grandma about humans and why they have immortal souls. So to sum up, there was a little mermaid. She had 5 sisters. Every year on their 15th birthday, they could all go up. On their 15th birthday, 16th birthday, whatever birthday, they could go up to the ocean top, have a look around. They come back down and tell their sisters what they saw. And it was finally her turn. She fell in love with this prince that she saved that night on her 15th birthday. She's been following him around. She's sort of fallen in love with humanity in general. And she was in a bit of a depressive state because she didn't know who he was. Her sisters found out through friends of friends, and they figured out who he was. And now she's asking her grandmother about them, because she wants to know more. And she just asked her, what's up with humanity? Do they live as long as we do? And the general gist is, no, humanity doesn't live as long as we do, but they have an immortal soul. However, we live much longer, but once we die, we are gone for good. There's no trace left of us. So, basically, they don't have a soul, they just turn into ocean foam.
Why have we not an immortal soul? Asked the little mermaid mournfully. I would give gladly all the hundreds of years that I have to live to be a human being only for one day, and to have the hope of knowing the happiness of that glorious world above the stars.
You must not think of that, said the old woman. We feel ourselves to be much happier and much better off than human beings.
So I shall die, said the little mermaid, and as the foam of the sea I shall be driven about, never again to hear the music of the waves or to see the pretty flowers nor the red sun. Is there anything I can do to win an immortal soul?
No, said the old woman, unless a man were to love you so much that you were more to him than his father or mother, and if all his thoughts and all his love were fixed upon you, and the priest placed his right hand in yours, and he promised to be true to you here and hereafter, then his soul would glide into your body, and you would obtain a share in the future happiness of mankind. He would give a soul to you and retain his own as well, but this can never happen. Your fish's tail, which amongst us is considered so beautiful, is thought on earth to be quite ugly. They do not know any better, and they think it necessary to have 2 stout props, which they call legs, in order to be handsome. Then the little mermaid sighed and looked sorrowfully at her fish's tail. Let us be happy, said the old lady, and dart and spring about during the 300 years that we have to live, which is really quite long enough. After that we can rest ourselves all the better. This evening we're going to have a court ball. It is one of those splendid sights which we can never see on earth. The walls and the ceiling of the large ballroom were of thick but transparent crystal. Many hundreds of colossal shells, some of a deep red, others of a grass green, stood on each side in rows, with blue fire in them, which lighted up the whole saloon, and shone through the walls so that the sea was also illuminated. Innumerable fishes, great and small, swam past the crystal walls. On some of them the scales glowed with a purple brilliancy, and on others they shone like silver and gold. Through the halls flowed a broad stream, and in it danced the mermen and mermaids to the music of their own sweet singing. No one on earth has such a lovely voice as theirs. The little mermaid sang more sweetly than them all. The whole court applauded her with hands and tails, and for a moment her heart felt quite gay, for she knew she had the loveliest voice of any on earth or in the sea. But she soon thought again of the world above her, for she could not forget the charming prince,
nor her sorrow that she had not an immortal soul like his. Therefore she crept away silently out of her father's palace, and while everyone within was gladness and song, she sat in her own little garden sorrowful and alone. Then she heard the bugles sounding through the water, and thought, "He is certainly sailing above, he on whom my wishes depend, and on whose hands I should like to place the happiness of my life. I will venture all for him, and to win an immortal soul while my sisters are dancing in my father's palace, I will go to the sea witch of whom I have always been so much afraid, but she can give counsel and help." Hey, Luigi. So I've finished the games, but I'm reading a story. I'm reading the original Little Mermaid, because it came up in conversation, so I figured, hey, why the fuck not, right? And then the little mermaid went out from her garden and took the road to the foaming whirlpools, behind which the great sorceress lived. She had never been that way before. Neither flowers nor grass grew there. Nothing but bare, grey, sandy ground stretched out to the whirlpool, where the water, like foaming mill wheels, whirled round everything that it seized and cast it into the fathomless deep. Through the midst of these crushing whirlpools the little mermaid was obliged to pass, to reach the dominions of the sea witch, and also for a long distance the only road lay right across a quantity of warm bubbling mire, called by the witch her turf moor. Beyond this stood her house, in the centre of a strange forest in which all the trees and flowers were polypi, half animals and half plants. They looked like serpents with hundreds of heads growing out of the ground. The branches were long slimy arms with fingers like flexible worms, moving limb after limb from the root to the top. All that could be reached in the sea they seized upon and held fast so that it never escaped from their clutches. The little mermaid was so alarmed at what she saw that she stood still, and her heart beat with fear, and she was very nearly turning back. But she thought of the prince and of the human soul for which she longed, and her courage returned. She fastened her long flowing hair around her head so that the polypi might not seize hold of it. She laid her hands together across her bosom, and then she darted forward as a fish scoots through the water between the supple arms and fingers of the ugly polypi, which were stretched out on each side of her. She saw that each held in its grasp something it had seized with its numerous little arms, as if they were iron bands, the white skeletons of human beings who had perished at sea and had sunk down into the deep waters. Skeletons of land animals, oars, rudders, and chests of ships were lying tightly grasped by their clinging arms, even a little mermaid who they had caught and strangled, and this seemed the most shocking of all to the little princess. Yep, I played all of them. Haha. She now came to a space of marshy ground in the wood, where large, fat water snakes were rolling in the mire, and showing their ugly, drab-coloured bodies. In the midst of this spot stood a house, built with the bones of shipwrecked human beings. There sat the sea witch, allowing a toad to eat from her mouth, just as people sometimes feed a canary with a piece of sugar. She called the ugly water snakes her little chickens, and allowed them to crawl all over her bosom. "I know what you want," said the sea witch. "It is very stupid of you, but you shall have your way, and it will bring you to sorrow, my pretty princess. You want to get rid of your fish's tail, and to have two supports instead of it, like human beings on earth, so that the young prince may fall in love with you, and that you may have an immortal soul." And then the witch laughed so loud and disgustingly that the toad and the snakes fell to the ground and lay there wriggling about. "You are but just in time," said the witch, "for after sunrise tomorrow I should not be able to help you to the end of another year. I will prepare a draught for you, with which you must swim to land tomorrow before sunrise and sit down on the shore and drink it. Your tail will then disappear and shrink up into what mankind calls legs, and you will feel great pain as if a sword were passing through you.
but all who see you will say that you are the prettiest little human being they ever saw. You will still have the same fleeting gracefulness of movement, and no dancer will ever tread so lightly, but at every step you take it will feel as if you are treading upon sharp knives, and that the blood must flow. If you will bear all this, I will help you."
"Yes, I will," said the little princess in a trembling voice, as she thought of the prince and the immortal soul.
"But think again," said the witch, "for when once your shape has become like a human being, you can no longer be a mermaid. You will never return through the water to your sisters or to your father's palace again, and if you do not win the love of the prince so that he is willing to forget his father and mother for your sake, and to love you with his whole soul, and allow the priest to join your hands that you may be man and wife, then you will never have an immortal soul. The first morning after he marries another, your heart will break, and you will become foam on the crest of the waves."
"I will do it," said the little mermaid, and she became pale as death.
"But I must be paid also," said the witch, "and it is not a trifle that I ask. You have the sweetest voice of any who dwell here in the depths of the sea, and you believe that you will be able to charm the prince with it also. But this voice you must give to me. The best thing you possess will I have for the price of my drought. My own blood must be mixed with it, that it may be as sharp as a two-edged sword."
"But if you take away my voice," said the little mermaid, "what is left for me?"
"Your beautiful form, your graceful walk, and your expressive eyes. Surely with these you can enchain a man's heart. Well, have you lost your courage? Put out your little tongue that I may cut it off as my payment. Then you shall have the powerful draught."
"It shall be," said the little mermaid.
Then the witch placed her cauldron on the fire and prepared the magical draught. "Cleanliness is a good thing," she said, scouring the vessel with snakes, which she had tied together in a large knot. Then she pricked herself on the breast and let the black blood drop into it. Poor unfortunate soul! Yes, indeed. The steam that rose formed itself into such horrible shapes that no one could look at them without fear. Every moment the witch threw something else into the vessel, and when it began to boil the sound was like the weeping of a crocodile. What? When at last the magic draught was ready, it looked like the clearest water. "There it is for you," said the witch. Then she cut off the mermaid's tongue so that she became dumb and would never again speak or sing. "If the polypes should seize hold of you as you return through the wood," said the witch, "throw them a few drops of the potion, and their fingers will be torn into 1,000 pieces." But the little mermaid had no such occasion for this, for the polypi sprang back in terror when they caught sight of the glittering draught, which shone in her hand like a twinkling star. It wasn't scary. It wasn't scary at all. So she passed quickly through the wood and the marsh, and between the rushing whirlpools. She saw that in her father's palace the torches in the ballroom were extinguished, and all within asleep, but she did not venture to go into them, for now she was dumb and going to leave them forever. She felt as if her heart would break. She stole into the garden, took a flower from the flower beds of each of her sisters, kissed her hand 1,000 times towards the palace, and then rose up through the dark blue waters. The sun had not risen when she came in sight of the prince's palace, and approached the beautiful marble steps, but the moon shone clear and bright. Then the little mermaid drank the magic draught, and it seemed as if a two-edged sword went through her delicate body. She fell into a swoon and lay like one dead. When the sun arose and shone over the sea, she recovered, and felt a sharp pain, but just before her stood the handsome young prince. He fixed his coal-black eyes upon her so earnestly that she cast down her own, and then became aware that her fish's tail was gone, and that she had a pretty pair of white legs and tiny feet as any little maiden could have. But she had no clothes, so she wrapped herself in her long, thick hair.
The prince asked her who she was and where she came from, and she looked at him mildly and sorrowfully with her deep blue eyes, but she could not speak. Every step she took was as the witch had said it would be, as she felt as if treading upon the point of needles or sharp knives, but she bore it willingly and stepped as lightly by the prince's side as a soap bubble, so that he and all who saw her wondered at her graceful swaying movements. She was very soon arrayed in costly robes of silk and muslin, and was the most beautiful creature in the palace, but she was dumb and neither could speak nor sing. Beautiful female slaves, dressed in silk and gold, stepped forward and sang before the prince and his royal parents. One sang better than all the others, and the prince clapped his hands and smiled at her. This was great sorrow to the little mermaid. She knew how much more sweetly she herself could sing once, and she thought, "Oh, if he could only know that! I have given away my voice forever to be with him." The slaves next performed some pretty fairy-like dances to the sound of beautiful music. Then the little mermaid rose her lovely white arms, stood on the tips of her toes, and glided over the floor, and danced as no one yet had been able to dance. At each movement her beauty became more revealed, and her expressive eyes appealed more directly to the heart than the songs of the slaves. Every one was enchanted, especially the prince, who called her his little foundling, and she danced again quite readily to please him, though each time her foot touched the floor it seemed as if she trod on sharp knives. The prince said she should remain with him always, and she received permission to sleep at his door on a velvet cushion. Wow. He's treating her like a pet. He had a page's dress made for her, that she might accompany him on horseback. They rode together through the sweet-scented woods, where the green boughs touched their shoulders, and the little birds sang among the fresh leaves. She climbed with the prince to the tops of high mountains, and although her tender feet bled so that even her steps were marked, she only laughed and followed him till they could see the clouds beneath them looking like a flock of birds travelling to distant lands. While at the prince's palace, and when all the household were asleep, she would go and sit in the broad marble stairs, for it eased her burning feet to bathe them in the cold sea water, and then she thought of all those below in the deep. Once during the night her sisters came up arm in arm, singing sorrowfully as they floated on the water. She beckoned to them, and then they recognized her, and told her how she grieved them, and told her how she had grieved them. God damn. John Wyan. God damn, guys. After that they came to the same place every night, and once she saw in the distance her old grandmother, who had not been to the surface of the sea for many years, and the old sea king, her father, with his crown on his head. They stretched out their hands towards her, but they did not venture so near the land as her sisters did. As the days passed, she loved the prince more fondly, and he loved her as he would love a small child, but it never came into his head to make her his wife. Yet, unless he married her, she could not receive an immortal soul, and on the morning after his marriage with another she would dissolve into the foam of the sea. "Do you not love me the best of them all?" the eyes of the little mermaid seemed to say when he took her in his arms and kissed her forehead. "Yes, you are dear to me," said the prince, "for you have the best heart. You are the most devoted to me. You are like a young maiden whom I once saw, but whom I shall never meet again. I was on a ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near a holy temple, where several young maidens performed the service. The youngest of them found me on the shore and saved my life. I saw her but twice, and she is the only one in the world whom I could love. But you are like her, and you have almost driven her image out of my mind. She belongs to the holy temple, and my good fortune has sent you to me instead of her, and we will never part." "Ah, he knows not that it was I who saved him," thought the little mermaid. "I carried him over the sea to the wood where the temple stands. I sat beneath the foam and waited till the human beings came to help him. I saw the pretty maiden that he loves better than he loves me." And the mermaid sighed deeply, but she could not shed tears. "He says the maiden belongs to the holy temple. Therefore she will never return to the world. They will meet no more. while I am by his side and see him every day. I will take care of him and love him and give up my life for his sake." Very soon it was said that the prince must marry, and that the beautiful daughter of a neighbouring king would be his wife, for a fine ship was being fitted out. Although the prince gave out that he merely intended to pay a visit to the king, it was generally supposed that he really went to see his daughter. A great Oh, see ya. Sorry if I haven't I'm just reading the story, okay? A great company were to go with him. The little mermaid smiled and shook her head. She knew the prince's thoughts better than any of the others. "I must travel," he said to her. "I must see this beautiful princess. My parents desire it, but they will not oblige me to bring her home as my bride. I cannot love her. She is not like the beautiful maiden in the temple whom you resemble. If I were forced to choose a bride, I would rather choose you, my dumb foundling, with those expressive eyes." And then he kissed her rosy mouth, playing with her long wavy hair, and laid his head on her heart, while she dreamed of human happiness and an immortal soul. "You are not afraid of the sea, my dumb child," said he, as he stood on the deck of the noble ship which was to carry them to the country of the neighbouring king. And then he told her of storm and of calm, of strange fishes in the deep beneath them, and of what the divers had seen there, and she smiled at his descriptions, for she knew better than anyone what wonders were at the bottom of the sea. In the moonlight, when all on board were asleep, excepting the man at the helm, who was steering, she sat on the deck gazing down through the clear water. She thought she could distinguish her father's castle, and upon it her aged grandmother, with the silver crown on her head, looking through the rushing tide at the keel of the vessel. Then her sisters came up on the waves and gazed at her mournfully, wringing their white hands. She beckoned to them and smiled and wanted to tell them how happy and well off she was, but the cabin boy approached, and when her sisters dived down, he thought it was only the foam of the sea which he saw. The next morning the ship sailed into the harbour of a beautiful town belonging to the king whom the prince was going to visit. The church bells were ringing, and from the high towers sounded the flourish of trumpets, and soldiers with flying colours and glittering bayonets lined the rocks through which they passed. Every day was a festival. Balls and entertainments followed one another. But the princess had not yet appeared. People said that she was being brought up and educated in a religious house, where she was learning every royal virtue. I guess you can all guess where this is coming. At last she came. Then the little mermaid, who was very anxious to see whether she was really beautiful, was obliged to acknowledge that she had never seen a more perfect vision of beauty. Her skin was delicately fair, and beneath her long dark eyelashes her laughing blue eyes shone with truth and purity. "It was you," said the prince, "who saved my life when I lay dead on the beach," and he folded his blushing bride into his arms. "Oh, I am too happy," he said to the little mermaid. "My fondest hopes are all fulfilled. You will rejoice at my happiness, for your devotion to me is great and sincere." And the little mermaid kissed his hand and felt as if her heart were already broken. It is. Hans Christian Andersen was very articulate, and he liked his details. His wedding morning would bring death to her, and she would change into the foam of the sea. All the church bells rung, and the heralds rode about the town proclaiming the betrothal. Perfumed oil was burning in costly silver lamps in every altar. The priest waved the censers, while the bride and bridegroom joined their hands and received the blessing of the bishop. The little mermaid, dressed in silk and gold, held up the bride's train, but her ears heard nothing of the festive music, and her eyes saw not the holy ceremony. She thought of the night of death which was coming to her, and of all she had lost in the world. On the same evening the bride and bridegroom went on board ship. Cannons were roaring. Might be that it didn't get sent. Cannons were roaring, flags waving, and in the centre of the ship a costly tent of purple and gold had been erected. It contained elegant couches for the reception of the bridal pair during the night. The ship, with swelling sails and a favourable wind, glided away smoothly and lightly over the calm sea. When it grew dark, a number of coloured lamps were lit, and dancers and sailors danced merrily on the deck. The little mermaid could not help think of her first rising out of the sea, which she had seen when she had seen similar festivities and joys, and she joined in the dance, poised herself in the air, and as a swallow when he pursues his prey, and all present cheered her with wonder. She had never danced so elegantly before. Her tender feet felt as if cut with sharp knives, but she cared not for it. A sharper pang had pierced through her heart. She knew this was the last evening she would ever see the prince, for whom she had forsaken her kindred and her home. She had given up her beautiful voice and suffered unheard-of pain daily for him, while he knew nothing of it. This was the last evening she would breathe the same air with him, or gaze in the starry sky and the deep sea. An eternal night without a thought or a dream awaited her. She had no soul, and now she could never win one. All was joy and gaiety on board the ship till long after midnight. She laughed and danced with the rest while the thoughts of death were in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride while she played with his raven hair, till they went arm in arm to rest in the splendid tent. Then all became still on board the ship. The helmsman, alone awake, stood at the helm. The little mermaid leaned her white arms on the edge of the vessel, and looked towards the east for the first blush of morning, for that first ray of dawn would bring her death. She saw her sisters rising out of the flood. They were as pale as herself, but their long, beautiful hair waved no more on the wind and had been cut off. I'm actually going to sleep after this. My throat is sort of killing me. I might have signed on a bit too much for reading a story. And I'm still exhausted from last night's stream, so I'm kind of like, yeah, you know what? Sleep would be good about now. But I'm determined to finish this story. It's almost done. We're almost over for the story.
"We have given our hair to the witch," said they, "to obtain help for you, that you may not die tonight. She has given us a knife."
No more games tonight. The only reason I'm reading this is because there's no more games tonight.
"She has given us a knife. Here it is. See, it is very sharp. Before the sun rises, you must plunge it into the heart of the prince. When the warm blood falls upon your feet, they will grow together again and form into a fish's tail, and you will once more be a mermaid, and return to us to live out your 300 years before you die, and change into the salt sea foam. Haste then, he or you must die before sunrise. Our old grandmother mourns so for you that her white hair is falling off from sorrow, as ours fell under the witch's scissors. Kill the prince and come back. Hasten, do you not see the first red streaks in the sky? In a few minutes the sun will rise, and you must die." And then they sighed deeply and mournfully and sank down beneath the waves. The little mermaid drew back the crimson curtain of the tent and beheld the fair bride with her head resting on the prince's breast. She bent down and kissed his fair brow, then looked at the sky on which the rosy dawn grew brighter and brighter. Then she glanced at the sharp knife and again fixed her eyes on the prince, who whispered the name of his bride in his dreams. She was in his thoughts, and the knife trembled in the hand of the little mermaid. Then she flung it far away from her into the waves. The water turned red where it fell, and the drops that spurted up looked like blood. She cast one more lingering, half-fainting glance at the prince, and then threw herself from the ship into the sea, and thought her body was dissolving into foam. The sun rose above the waves, and his warm rays fell upon the cold foam of the little mermaid, who did not feel as if she were dying. She saw the bright sun, and all around her floated hundreds of transparent, beautiful beings. She could see through them the white sails of the ship, and the red clouds in the sky. Their speech was melodious, but too ethereal to be heard by mortal ears, as they were also unseen by mortal eyes. The little mermaid perceived that she had a body like theirs, and that she continued to rise higher and higher out of the foam. "Where am I?" asked she, and her voice sounded ethereal as the voice of those who were with her. No earthly music could imitate it. "Among the daughters of the air," answered one of them. "A mermaid has not an immortal soul. nor can she obtain one unless she wins the love of a human being. On the power of another hangs her eternal destiny. But the daughters of the air, although they do not possess an immortal soul, can by their good deeds procure one for themselves. We fly to warm countries and cool the sultry air that destroys mankind with the pestilence. We carry the perfume of the flowers to spread health and restoration. After we have striven for 300 years to all the good in our power, we receive an immortal soul and take part in the happiness of mankind. You, poor little mermaid, have tried with your whole heart to do as we are doing. You have suffered and endured and raised yourself to the spirit world by your good deeds, and now by striving for 300 years in the same way you may obtain an immortal soul." The little mermaid lifted her glorified eyes towards the sun and felt them, for the first time filling with tears. On the ship in which she had left the prince, there were life and noise. She saw him and his beautiful bride searching for her. Sorrowfully they gazed at the pearly foam, as if they knew she had thrown herself into the waves. Unseen, she kissed the forehead of her bride. She kissed the forehead of her bride. Oh yes, of her bride, and fanned the prince, and then mounted with the other children of the air to a rosy cloud that floated through the ether. "After 300 years, thus shall we float into the kingdom of heaven," said she. "And we may even get there sooner," whispered one of her companions. "Unseen we can enter the houses of men, where there are children, and for every day on which we find a good child, who is the joy of his parents and deserves their love, our time of probation is shortened. The child does not know, when we fly through the room, that we smile with joy at his good conduct, for we can count 1 year less of our 300 years. But when we see a naughty or a wicked child, we shed tears of sorrow, and for every tear a day is added to our time of trial." That's the end of the story. That's one way. That is a very, very long way to force a kid to behave themselves. Like, there's a lot of other stories that would be like, you better behave. Killing off a mermaid in a story and saying, look, if you behave yourself, you're going to help this mermaid get to heaven faster, buddy, is very weird. But yeah, that was the story of the Little Mermaid. Basically, yeah, she had to stab her beloved prince through the heart. None of this Disney bullshit about, oh yeah, she totally marries the guy. Sure, yeah. Oh yeah. And the Wicked Sea Witch, she was, she helped out. I mean, she was a sea witch and all, but, she was like, I got your back, bro. It's gonna cost you, but I got your back. I got you, give me your voice, but you're gonna get what you want. And I'm even telling you how to get out of here safely. And on top of that, I will bend the rules a little, make sure you have a back out strategy in case you need it. It will cost your sister's hair, but hair grows back and all that. Oh yeah, I know. The Snow Queen, I think it's more they took inspiration from the Snow Queen than they set out to actually recreate the Snow Queen. The Little Mermaid, they actually set out to recreate the Little Mermaid and then decided to change a lot of things. The Snow Queen is very different from Frozen. Well, yeah, it was based on it. They took inspiration from it. The whole Frozen part, they probably... It's like saying, I took inspiration from this thing. Well, the thing is, they probably thought, you know what? I like the Snow Queen. We haven't made a story based on the Snow Queen. Let's try that. And then it slowly got further and further away from the real Snow Queen as they kept adding stuff on. They're like, why don't we make it 2 sisters instead of a brother and a sister? And instead of an actual shard of glass that got in his eye and changed him to be mean, we'll just make it, a love story.
because it's kind of hard. You've got to admit, it would have been kind of hard for them to try and meld the two of them together in a modern sensibility, because the whole glass in the glass shard in the heart and the eye to make people hate or grow bored, and that would have been a bit it wouldn't really jive with children of today's society. Like, it was better to make it a little bit different. True. It's more like I mean, you look The Lion King is based on Hamlet, pretty much. I mean, they didn't have lions in Hamlet, but the story is basically Hamlet. Congrats, Jero, you came back just as we finished. My throat is kind of dying right now, so I'm probably going to go and sleep. It's also like almost 3 a.m. and I was up till like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Last night's stream went on for 8 hours. Well, they should have. They should have read. They should have. They didn't say it was based on Kimber the White Lion either, but they fucking should have, because it fucking was. It was like, Kimber the White what now? We totally didn't rip that one off. Nope, not us. No, we didn't rip that off. It wasn't based on that at all. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna go sleep. Sorry. Wow. Yeah. Wednesday, I'm not sure if there will be a stream or not. Like I said, I am starting a new job soon, so things are a bit up in the air. Friday. Oh, right. Friday. Well, maybe they just wanted to cover all bases, Red. Friday, I am not doing a stream on Friday. I am instead doing I'll be recording it. It is and editing it and putting it out as a sort of podcast. It will be a live a tabletop game. If you want to take part, you will need a microphone because it will be real time. We've got 2 spots already taken. I think there's 2 or 3 left to take. 3 at most. But, yeah. It will be based upon... Fuck, where is it based on? I've got it somewhere. Here it is. It is based on this system that I made for this game. I've put it in there. Now, self-insert Gamac. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be a thing. It might be. We'll see. Maybe we'll have it as part of the birthday game. Maybe. We'll see. Did somebody make a list of all those ideas, by the way? Because, I hope so. But, yeah, so it's based on that, and, the builds are the same, the stats, all that. So if you want to get a head start and make a, character, if you want to take part of that, feel free, go right ahead. I will just say that, yeah, it will be on Friday. I'll probably start a bit earlier too. I'll let you know beforehand. It will be over Discord and you will require a microphone. Currently we have 2 people. We have Trihan and Piano taking part, so if anybody else wants to take part, then shoot me a yes please, I'll take part. If you're not taking part but you still want to listen in, feel free. We'll probably pull up a room in order to just piss about in and talk in. So yes. Alright, I'm going to go sleep so I can sleep. That didn't make sense. I'm going to go sleep now. So thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see you next time. Next Saturday, Suikoden 4. Look out for that. Woo! Yeah! And, yeah. Yes. Discord. Yes. So yes, I'm gonna go now. Okay. Ciao for now, guys. See you later. Bye. Thanks for watching. See ya.